Hello, how are y'all doing today, guys? What is up? How was everybody's weekend? I'm so sorry I had to postpone this twice from last night to today, and then I forgot to account for the fact that a lot of people would be working on a Monday, so I pushed it a couple hours later as well. So thank you for showing up anyway. I really appreciate you. Okay, so preamble. This is going to be sort of a season two of the Inferno. We're going to be doing things just a little bit differently in that I'm going to try and keep more of a parameter for the discussion session. So if somebody really wants to talk about something else, I'm down. If they want to kind of go off on a tangent, that's cool. But when it comes time for the call-in section of the show, which is, the point of this show is to get audience participation. When it comes time to do that, it will be mostly within the parameters of a question or a specific topic, and we'll get to that later. But for now, let's introduce the topic we're talking about today. And yes, I am absolutely feeling better. Thank you very much, Space Frog. And hello, Cinder and Gas Station Candy and Billy and Pie-chan as well. All right, so today we're talking about meta-narrative. So let's define our terms a little bit. What is a meta-narrative? Now, meta means it's outside, and narrative means story. So we're talking about the narrative of a story that gets constructed outside of the story itself. It might come from several different sources, like if a author or artist talks a lot about their works in interviews or on social media. It could be related to how we analyze classical literature in the classroom, YouTube videos, even things like popular fanins or fan headcanons, theories. You have your Reddits dedicated to figuring out and analyzing a piece of media, but overall, it's just the story we tell about stories, you know? So, more specifically, what I want to talk about is critically thinking about meta narrative. So, the main thesis for this one is that it's not enough to just think critically about the media that we read or watch or however or play in the case of video games. We also have to think critically about the meta narrative as well. It's just as much subject to the faults and the follies of the way humans tell stories as the stories themselves. All right. So, why do we learn critical thinking anyway? Why do we analyze classical literature in high school, and how does that apply to the real world? So, critical thinking is just, thinking rationally and being able to interrogate whatever literature or art or story that we are, talking about. And as and we start this quite early on in our lives. Classic example. I love bringing this one up, and I'm gonna bring it up again uh because I just it's a Canadian classic. So let me bring up my. So this is a ad I say ad, but it's like a PSA that was made by Concerned Children's Advertisers, which is a uh, nonprofit organization in Canada, um, that, was concerned about like getting the right message in front of kids. Um, do I have the right? Yeah, let's go theater mode. There we go. That's a little better. Or do we want this one? Yeah, that's the one we want. There we go. Okay.
It's nighttime in a kitchen just like yours. All is quiet. Or is it? The North American house hippo is found throughout Canada and the eastern United States. House hippos are very timid creatures and are rarely seen, but they will defend their territory if provoked. They come out at night to search for food, water, and materials for their nests. The favorite foods of the house hippo are chips, raisins, and the crumbs from peanut butter on toast. They build their nests in bedroom closets, using lost mittens, dryer lint, and bits of string. The nests have to be very soft and warm. House hippos sleep about 16 hours a day.
That looked really real, but you knew it couldn't be true, didn't you? That's why it's good to think about what you're watching on TV and ask questions, kind of like you just did. A message from Concerned Children's Advertisers.
Oh, sorry, I forgot that I was muted. My bad. All right, so I really like this little video because it so perfectly encapsulates, I think, what critically thinking looks like, what it feels like, and how it can be applied to the real world. You know, you start asking questions like, well, why would somebody present this to us? Why would somebody make a video like that? Why would somebody go through the efforts of compositing an African hippo into to be a little small little guy, in your kitchen? Like, that's weird. Why are they doing this? Is this some sort of, is this for trailer for a movie? Is it for a toy? That's the kind of question that you would ask when you see something that's like, that's a little weird. And here's the thing. It is extremely easy to start those critical thinking motors when it's something suspicious like this, when it's something that is like, that doesn't seem right to me. I know that isn't real. And to start asking those questions. It's a lot harder to do it when it's something you like or something you agree with. It is extremely difficult to start doing it for something that you just take for granted as true or good. But it's still important that we do that. And so we're taught from a young age to, don't trust everything you see on TV. If something seems weird, it might be weird. And then when we get into high school, we start analyzing classical literature, books that we have, mostly agreed, in the Anglosphere are good. These are good books. But our teacher always says, these are from a certain time. They're going to have language that you might not be used to, but they're going to challenge certain ideas. Why would the writer do this? Why are the curtains blue? So you get all these questions posed to you. And I think there is an instinct to be like, well, who cares? It's just, it's just a book. It's just a movie. It's just a silly little commercial about house hippos. But what happens if all of a sudden a man that became very popular because he was in a, I can't even remember what they're called now. The word is slipping away from me. reality TV show, there we go. If he was in a reality TV show, if he suddenly ran for president or suddenly started getting in politics, and he knows how to be charismatic and knows how to speak to the people and appeal to populism. And what I mean, like, I know that there's plenty of people that would still question that, but there are a lot of people that wouldn't. And if you've always gone through life saying or hearing, like, it's stupid, don't even think about that, like, who cares, you know? And it might be easy to point at someone like Donald Trump and say, well, obviously this guy sucks and he's full of shit. What happens if that person is someone you trust? What happens if that person is a very popular children's author? What happens if that person is your pastor or your university psychology professor or your friend or your neighbor? What happens if that person is a family member? So being able to look at videos like this House Hippo commercial and start asking questions from a young age will train you and train your brain to just ask those questions by default. Okay? So, related to that, we're going to talk about intellectualism. More specifically, we're going to talk about intellectualism, anti-intellectualism, and faux or pseudo-intellectualism. And faux intellectualism is very different from anti-intellectualism. And we're going to get there. So, what is intellectualism? Intellectualism is the application of rational thinking and valuing it as a mode of engagement. That's the basics. I grabbed a little graphic. I don't think it's gonna... Hold on a second. I'll just read it out. So, some intellectual traits and habits is intellectual integrity. You hold yourself to the same rigorous standards of thinking and behavior to which you hold others. Intellectual fair-mindedness. You strive to treat every viewpoint in an unbiased way without reference to my own vested interests. Intellectual courage, which is you dare to question and challenge your popular or long-held beliefs in the face of new information or evidence. Confidence in reasoning, which is you rely on the critical thinking process and trust its results. You don't like, oh, well, I'm going to question this, but this doesn't feel right, so I'm going to go with my gut. That would not be an intellectual. If you reason and interrogate something and come to a conclusion that makes sense, it's probably the right one. Your intellectual perseverance. You continue to struggle with confusion and frustration and uncertainty to gain understanding. You're not afraid of those things. Confusion, frustration, and uncertainty are good things because it helps you build better understanding, helps you build empathy with other people, and it makes you want to learn more. We have intellectual humility. You acknowledge your biases and the limit of your knowledge. You're not going to know everything, and that's okay. Sometimes you have to delegate and refer to other people for, because other people are going to know better than you sometimes. In fact, 99.999% of the time, you are not going to be the smartest person in the world. And even the person, if we found this one guy that was the smartest person in the world, there's still going to be another person that might know more than them about a specific thing that they don't. We have intellectual autonomy. You independently think through questions and problems. So it's always nice to have teachers and friends and YouTubers and writers and philosophers pose certain questions to you and think about them. But you should also be able to come to your own conclusions. You shouldn't get all of your opinions from somebody else. You should be able to get them on your own. It's okay to collaborate, but it's also really important that you can be independent when you're critically thinking. And then intellectual empathy. You consider others' perspectives in order to accurately reconstruct their viewpoints in your mind. So you should be able to tell when another rational thinker comes to a conclusion and be able to understand why they came to that conclusion, even if it's, not the same conclusion as yours. And I would even go a step further, is if somebody has a rational challenge to your opinion or belief, even if you walk away not agreeing with them, and they still don't agree with you, you should both be able to walk away with more depth and understanding of your own points. I used this example when talking to a friend the other day. I think that gacha games are garbage. I hate gacha games. I think they're trash. I think they're predatory. And my friend says, okay, well, I like them. And then I have a lot of fun. It's nice. It's kind of fun taking a bit of a risk, or it's fun, like, working hard and, like, that excitement you get right before you do your poll or your little reveal. That's exciting. And I say, okay, but, like, they prey upon you. They're preying upon that feeling. And, they exploit people. And then they might say, okay, but I'm smart enough, trust me, I have enough self-control and I'm smart enough to not become a whale. I'm not going to spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars. I'm smart enough to only spend as much money as I feel comfortable spending. And I might respond, okay, but you still fell for it. Even if you're not a whale, they assault you with so many moments where you could pay just a little bit of money and you could get what you want. And they do that over and over and over and over and over again until you give in. And the fact that you think that you're smart enough that you beat the system when you actually you're playing right into their hands. And then my friend might say, okay, but I want to have fun. I enjoy doing this thing, and it is not a financial burden on me. So I think I understand, that gacha games can be bad, but I enjoy doing this and it's important to me and I like it. And so I might walk away thinking, okay, I still think that they shouldn't be playing these games, but I understand that they like them and they're just having fun. And I also understand that it's definitely not their fault that these big game companies are taking advantage of people. It's just kind of a result of the system. They are enabled to do that. I might wish that their game was fairer, that if there was some sort of chance element, that it wasn't like something that was taking money out of their wallets. But I also understand that all video games cost money. You very rarely encounter a video game that's completely for free that's any good. And they might, on the other hand, think that, I really, really like this game, but maybe I should question why I think I'm, why I think that I'm beating the system. Maybe I'm not actually beating the system, but maybe that doesn't matter to me. Maybe that what matters to me is how much fun I'm having, And neither of us end up agreeing with one another, but our opinions now have a lot more depth than they did before. One thing that feels hard about making sure my thoughts are independent is that I feel like my own autism has me mirror others a lot. That is definitely a struggle. Absolutely. But I think a good way to combat that is to sit and think about what you feel about something before you seek out others' opinions and then compare and contrast. That's why whenever you're in school, everybody you have people like they work one-on-one and they split into pairs and then they join groups and then the group presents to the class. It's because like the teachers are doing that on purpose, because they want you to reach your own conclusions and then work together and collaborate and then present your opinions. That's why teachers do stuff like that. All right. So we've kind of got an understanding of what intellectualism is now, all right? Okay. So what's anti-intellectualism? So anti-intellectualism is a result of individualism and populism. It's often using the appeal to the everyday man while scorning rational thinkers. It's one of the main pillars of authoritarianism and fascism. So that whole like, oh, like academic elitists. You'll see that thrown around. And while there's definitely like a tension between like academia and capitalism, and it's hard to access academia because of capitalism, anybody can be an intellectual. Intellectual is just about the value of rational thinking. It's not having this huge collection of knowledge in your brain. It's just the way that we think about knowledge and thinking. I think everybody understands what anti-intellectualism is. But I think that what's especially relevant for today's video is faux or pseudo-intellectualism. And that's a bit more of a modern concept, which, we have in the past called out posers and liars. Like, that's not something that's new. In the modern age of information, it's easy for anyone to get access to an audience or to get their word out there, to get their thoughts out there. Anybody can do it these days. If you have a phone or if you can go down to the library and get on the internet, you can get your thoughts out there. Pseudo-intellectualism can kind of be described as having knowledge without the skill to apply it. So, like, if you know a lot of big words, but you don't know how to use them, if you have a viewpoint, but you can't defend it when challenged or interrogated, even in a very gentle way, or seeing criticism as a conspiracy. Conspiracy theorists are absolutely pseudo-intellectuals. Now, hilariously, the man that kind of brought it into like the modern eye, that kind of brought it to attention and popularized the term for a modern audience and for modern people, is Jordan Peterson, who is perhaps one of the most infamous pseudo-intellectuals in the world right now. Do you guys want to... Oh, God. This one has been making the rounds versus... How old is it? It's a long video, but... So, let's take just a little peek of it. If you haven't seen it, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but I wanted to look at it a little bit. This is Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists. It was originally called One Christian versus 20 Atheists. It's part of Jubilee's, what's it called? It's like... Yeah, it's called Surrounded. Yeah, they changed it after 4 hours because Jordan Peterson is very dishonest and like he doesn't really say that he's a Christian, but he's constantly saying that atheists are terrible. Let's see. Let's just watch a little bit on double speed.
Christian. You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christian versus atheist?
Don't be a smartass.
Either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
You're really quite something. You are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right, you're not a
Okay,
Christian.
I'm done with him. Hello there. I'm Dr. Jordan Peterson. I'm a clinical psychologist, a professor emeritus at the University of Toronto, an author, a podcaster, public...
By the way, he is no longer he no longer has a degree. He's no longer considered a psychologist. He is no longer an instructor. He has none of that, and it's because he says stupid shit like this. He has been stripped of his titles. Just so that we're clear, he is lying. Like within the first set within the I'm gonna slow it down a little bit because Peterson talks really fast. He's a fucking muppet. But anyway,
Speaker, and today I'm surrounded by 25 atheists.
20, but you know.
My first claim, atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting.
So this,
Dr. Peterson.
How you doing?
So this claim here that atheists don't know what they're rejecting. My background is in studying to become a traditional Catholic priest, daily mass, daily rosary, going on long retreats, deep into the magisterium and biblical hermeneutics.
so this guy, this is one of the most interesting guys in the room, is that he clearly demonstrates a knowledge and understanding of Christianity, right? And he's like, I'm an atheist now.
I was thoroughly in it. And it seems like I do know what I'm missing. Is there something that I missed over years of study, both this issue formally and living out religion so deeply?
Well, you obviously feel that you missed something when you were practicing for the priesthood. Your aim was off then. So there's always the possibility that it's still off now.
What was off about my aim in the first place?
I don't know. That might take a long time to figure out. But
So you can already kind of like within the first minutes of this guy opening his mouth, he's being intellectually dishonest. He is not trusting a person's like own experiences. And let's see, if we go back to my little, if we go back to our little meta narrative thing, you know, there's no intellectual fair-mindedness. He doesn't do that confidence in reasoning. He refuses to be comfortable in confusion. There's no intellectual humility. And there's absolutely no intellectual empathy. And there's absolutely no intellectual integrity either. Not once in this video will Jordan Peterson say, I am an atheist or I am a Christian.
It's kind of like this no true Scotsman type of fallacy in which you're the arbiter of people's aims and how they understand those aims to be. How is it that you can claim that people don't know something that you know about their life despite not having met them?
well, it's obviously a generic claim, just like the atheist claim that there's no God is a generic claim. In your case, it would have to be specified more, and I'm not claiming to understand what was going on in your mind, but my experience with atheists is twofold. Is that they have a very reductive notion of what constitutes God, let's say in the Judeo-Christian tradition, and they've often been hurt by someone who was religious or by the religious enterprise or perhaps by God himself, so to speak, and that's left them with an animus.
But I think that you have a reductive view of what atheism is. You've defined religion so broadly to include any sort of having aim in life, any sort of cultural archetypes or having a metaphorical substrate, and atheism to you is a very specific type of like three people in the world that are these Raskolnikov type of, they want to get away with a perfect murder. It seems like you have the reductive view of what an atheist is.
Well, let's start with your claim. How do you define the God that you're rejecting? Like, what is God to you? You studied in the church, you found that unsatisfactory. How would you characterize what you rejected?
I think the average Christian believer, when they say that they're Christian and they believe, they mean some sort of God that is all-powerful, all-perfect, is somehow involved in the matters of this world, and that we look to them through wisdom and with the Logos incarnate in Christ. And it also seems like you don't believe in religion in the way that the average Christian says that they believe in religion. And there are as many gods out there as there are believers, because everybody has mutually exclusive and different views of what God is. So it seems
Well,
like...
if everybody had mutually exclusive views of what God is, no one could speak to each other. The mere fact of communication presumes a commonality of assumption and definition. And it's certainly not the case that I regard any archetypal manifestation whatsoever as equally.
Yeah. So you can, I forgot to turn the video back on, but you can kind of hear, we don't really need to see it, but you can kind of get how his rhetoric works, how it kind of dodges the question. He's not an intellectual man, especially in recent years. Thank you for the super chat page. I understand. I apologize. The video is gone. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We didn't really need to see it. It was more about here. There was not a lot visually going on. It was just Jordan Peterson squinting into the camera. Thank you for the super chat, Space Frog. The video isn't showing in here. Have $2. I appreciate it. Sorry about the video not showing, but again, it was mostly a audio thing anyway. I apologize for not showing you Jordan Peterson squinting at people angrily because they challenge his worldviews. All right. So we have kind of gone over our terms. And now I'm going to kind of go over the rest of my opinions. So analysis content, I think, like content that you find on YouTube, papers that we write about certain stories or art, that sort of like transformative or fanish work it should encourage us to reach our own conclusions rather than saying, no, this is how it is. Absolutely 100% I am correct. It should, like, if you are a popular YouTube with an audience, you should be encouraging people to think for themselves, and not to necessarily think in your way. And we should be asking why certain types of fan content is more popular than others and how certain biases play into it. Why are fan theories more popular than fan fiction? Whereas oftentimes fan fiction will delve into the realms of fan theories, will delve into the realm of fan fiction, but will still call itself theory and will still be popular. And, you know, a very basic answer to this is because we associate fan fiction with women, and fan theories are seen as a more smart, masculine thing. I'm not saying that women only make fan fiction and men only make fan theories. Obviously, that's not true, but there is that association in our mind that I think plays into why, you know, that is the way that it is. And I think another thing that bears mentioning is that popular headcanons or fan canons, fan theories, they can become thought-stopping techniques. Things like dream theory, or everyone was dead all along, or the real villain was X. And we're going to go into that a little bit more when I kind of trot out my example. You know, I think also people like Cinema Sins and Matthew Patrick of Game Theory, they also, you know, like, it can't be overlooked the way that these channels contributed to how we think about art, how we think about games and films, and how we think about books and comics and cartoons and shows. I think that they really left an impact on it. I'm not gonna, you know, I don't think it is the fault necessarily completely on Matt Pat or Cinema Sins. But I think that it was if they hadn't been there to do it, it would have been somebody else, you know, and they kind of personify that way of thinking, in a modern lens. The timing is really interesting just because of how the internet was when they first came on the scene. What millennials were going through at the time, because, you know, we were the target audience at the time that these channels got popular, and we had gone through a speed run of, like, suddenly the world was at our fingertips. You know, once upon a time, you know, like when I was a little kid, I didn't have a phone. I didn't even have internet in my neighborhood, you know, when I was very young. I remember getting on the internet at first, and like it wasn't the way that it is now, and things changed so quickly, and people like Matt Pat, they were rewarded for making a certain type of content, and Matt Pat lives in a capitalist society, so he is going to be, you know, he has to make a kind of video in order to operate in that society. So it's not necessarily Matt Pat's fault. He was a college kid that was making silly videos in his closet, and they blew up on the internet, and he kept making the kind of videos the internet asked him to make. The algorithm asked him to make. Even though if you go back, and I actually covered this in a stream a few months ago, if you go back, it's very clearly that Game Theory was it was satire. It was him making fun of pseudo-intellectuals. He very much put in this sort of fake snobby accent. He was really leaning into it, and over the years, he just took it more and more seriously because that's what people wanted. And a boy's gotta eat. Now, I'm going to use my example for today for for the question, for the topic of discussion. So I want to hear. So I'm not going to open up the calls yet. I'll do that after I'm done discussing my example, and then I want to hear other people's experiences. But if you want to talk about something a little bit different, if you want to shift to the discussion, that's okay. But I ask that, we don't want to keep it too long, because I need to eat and sleep and do all those things that keep a guy going. And yes, we don't want this going on for 7 hours. So we're gonna try to keep it on topic today, and we're gonna see how that works out for this new season of the Inferno. So I want you guys to start thinking about it now. What are your experiences in fan communities that heavily distort media? And try to talk about something different than the other people in call are talking about. I want to hear new, fresh things. If there is ground that you want to retread because you want to bring up something that another person didn't consider, that's okay too. But we shouldn't have back-to-back calls that are exactly the same. But I want to talk about Pixar theory. So Pixar theory was kind of a silly little thought experiment where people were watching Pixar movies like Toy Story and Bug's Life, etc., and started seeing Easter eggs in each movie that referenced to other movies. So then some people were like, okay, but what if they're all connected? What if they're all in the same world? Which is kind of fun as a concept, and I think, generally speaking, you could say, sure, that would work for some of them, if not all. You'd have to bend and push. Sure, Flick shows up in the post-credits scene of Toy Story 2. Flick the ant from Bug's Life shows up in the sort of blooper reel. So, there is that joke that they're in the same universe. Pizza Planet truck is everywhere, so that must mean that they're in the same world. When I'm going to bring this back, but I talked about this in a recent video. If you haven't seen my Five Nights at Freddy's video, please go do that. It was a lot of fun to make. It's doing pretty good. I think it might be the best video I've made so far. But the Doyleist versus Watsonian analysis. So, if you're looking at this from a Watsonian lens, which means, it refers to John Watson, the character that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote about in Sherlock Holmes. Watson is a man that is in that fictional world. So, if for him, if all of these things are in the same world, that means they must all exist in the same space. Whereas Doyleist, so we're taking a step out of that fictional world, it's all contained in a bubble, and you are Sir Arthur Conan Doyle with that bubble, and you put everything in that bubble that is in that bubble, you put in there. And maybe if you are talking to Doyle, you know that everything in that bubble that he has in his hands, he puts in there. So I feel like this is going to fall apart a little bit if we talk about Doyle but it's the creators of Pixar. So this Pixar company has this little bubble of all of it, of, let's say, Brave. And, you see a carving and it kind of looks like Sully from Monsters, Inc. That must mean that they're from the same universe, that this old lady, she grew, Bo, or the kid from Monsters, Inc. grew up to become this old lady and traveled back in time. That's the only explanation. And you might say that if you're Watson, if you're in that world, and for some reason you have meta knowledge of the other world, you must say they must be connected. But outside of that bubble, knowing that everything in that movie was placed there by Pixar, it's just an Easter egg. It's just a reference. And it can be fun to think about how they could be connected. But what often happens is that things like the Pixar theory become thought-stopping techniques. We might say that, the monsters in Monsters, Inc. used to be humans, and then they mutated into monsters, and then they're from the future, and the doors are, they're they're time machines. They take them back in time to Earth when they were all humans, and Wally is involved, and it's like, bro, you are just overcomplicating the issue. Not only that, but it takes away from the message that's being communicated by those films. If as soon as a new Pixar movie comes out, we're talking about, okay, so how is this related to the Pixar theory? We're immediately trying to push and make room for this new movie that might not necessarily make sense, because none of these movies were made with they all exist in the same world in mind. If we try to shove it in there, not only are we kind of like breaking that original connective tissue that made the Pixar theory kind of fun, we're just ignoring the whole point of the movie, you know? So yeah. Stephen King has tried, yeah, maybe people are inspired by how Stephen King has tried to tie all of his works into the same universe. Yeah, well, but the thing is that Steven Universe did that, or Steven Universe. my favorite author who wrote it in Pet Sematary, Steven Universe. No, Stephen King did that intentionally. And even then, it's more of a themes, and like, you have these consistent figures and stories, and it's more like they occupy this archetype rather than specific characters. You have so many characters that fit the same archetype as Pennywise the Dancing Clown from It, but it's not necessarily all the same person. And even in Dark Tower, where there's a bunch of crossovers, you know, it's kind of like it kind of is a lot more looser. Like, Shining is another thing that is very consistent across all of Stephen King's works, where it's basically psychic ability, but it operates differently in different stories. So even with an author like Stephen King, who was intentionally crafting this wider world that all of these stories take place in, he did not restrain himself to, oh, well, I can't write about this. Ugh, geez, I'm trying to think, did The Shining, hold on. Book. 1977, okay, and Carrie book. What year did that come out? 1974, okay. So, Carrie and the kid from The Shining, whose name is escaping me right now, they both have that sort of psychic power, but King doesn't restrain himself to that power working exactly the same. The Torrance kid, it doesn't work exactly the same as with Carrie. Because ultimately Stephen King is driven by narrative and themes. He's not trying to be scientifically accurate in every single book and have them all exactly the same. It's a lot looser than that. And I think even if the whole Pixar universe was connected, why does that matter? It doesn't. Exactly. Like, how does that impact the story of Toy Story? How does it impact the story of Cars? How does it impact the story of Brave or Bug's Life or whatever? Bug's Life is still a story about how, you know, even if one person is weak on their own, it's, if you work together as a unit, you can throw off the chains of your oppressors. It's very hard for the 1% to fight off the rest of humanity if they all work together. Or Toy Story, which has themes of dealing with emotional abandonment. And does it matter that for like 3 seconds in Toy Story 2 that Flick the ant appeared on a leaf that got swatted out of the way by Woody as he was walking through set? No, not really. That doesn't really affect things. It was a silly, goofy little blooper reel that they made that is not really connected to the main story or the main message. Also, I will say that using that as evidence is kind of silly because the whole point is that they are actors, you know, that they're pretending that they're live action actors playing characters, and Flick is also a live action actor playing a character. So that would be like saying that, oh, I saw this actor and that actor getting a smoothie together in downtown Hollywood. That means that the two shows exist in the same world, and that's your evidence. You know, it's supposed to be like two actors interacting, not like the two characters, if that makes sense, even though they're 3D models and not actually characters, or not actually like live action actors. It's just a silly little gag. But even then, using that as reasoning isn't actually like accurate to what's going on in that little clip. But anyway, I hope that I've made myself kind of giving you guys a framework. So what I'm going to do is I am going to open up to voice calls, and I'm going to post a link in chat that even if you're not in my Discord server, you'll be able to jump in on this call. If you, like, when you disconnect, you'll be removed from the server. If some sort of connection problem happens, just send a message in chat or DM me on Discord and I'll figure it out. But I'm going to send a link in chat. I will probably limit the amount of people that can join to like 20. If you're already in my Discord server, do not click the link. You should be able to get to that channel on my server in the events section. It'll be called call-ins. All right. I'm going to start that. Also, if you would like to skip the queue, or if you want to stay in the Discord server, consider joining my Patreon. Make sure your Discord account is connected. And you'll be able to join my Discord server. And if you, depending on the level you pick, you can join the priority queue and skip the line. Meta narrative. Start. I'm not going to add everybody. Start stage. Okay. And then I can go... invite people. Edit invite link. Temporary we're gonna go 25 users. Expires in a day. Generate new link. There we go. Yeah, it's like how Scrooge McDuck plays Ebenezer Scrooge in Disney Christmas Carol. It's not saying that they're the same character, it's letting us understand the character through the themes. Yep, exactly. Alright. That did not copy correctly. Try that again. Invite people. Edit invite link. 1 day, 25 users. Generate new link. Copy. Okay, there we go. Alright, I am setting the invite link in the chat. Do not click it. If you're already in the Discord, just join it regularly. If you're not in the Discord server, you should be able to click it and you'll get access to the stage. If you leave the stage, you will be kicked out of the server, so just stick around. Either mute the stream or mute my voice in the stage. Yeah, there we go. And if you would like to talk, just put your little hand up and request to speak in the chat. We've got some people around already. For some reason, my reactive is still being a little weird. Okay. You know what? I'm not going to worry about it too much. But let's make this bigger. Okay. Get the drink. Does nobody want to go first? Oh my goodness. You have 3 people in here and there. Oh, here we go. All right. Hello, hello.
Hi. Hello, did I do this right?
Yes, you did it right.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing great. Could you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name's Madeline May, she, her. I'm a video essayist. I've been on streams with Krim. He rocks. We like
Oh,
him.
thank you. You rock too. You rock too. What did you
Thank
want
you.
to talk about?
I listened to a little bit of the stuff you just said on this idea of meta narrative, and I agree with all of it. I think what is interesting about meta narrative, or I think what is kind of like the point of even having discussion like this, is obviously it's okay to believe whatever you want in like the safety and comfort of your own home.
Mhm.
Like, obviously, if you want to imagine that everything in Pixar is connected, for instance, that's totally your prerogative.
Yeah.
Like, I think what we're imagining is somebody who is, you know, being mean to somebody else, or somebody that's like using this meta narrative in order to, like, I don't know, bully someone in order to like shut somebody down, like you're saying. Um, which I think is a very specific um phenomenon that comes from community. That I think it comes from fan community, and I think that sort of behavior comes from an in-group versus out-group
Yeah.
mentality.
I think it
Um,
also while it's like perfectly fine to imagine like the Pixar world as being all connected, I think it's important to like, well, that's not the author's intention, so that's why there are inconsistencies and why you have to kind of you have to kind of keep changing the shape of that. And I also like something I was talking about earlier, I don't know if you were around at that point, but how developing certain styles of thinking, you know, there's a reason we do critical analysis in school, and why we start with like really easy safe things like, you know, the house hippo, and then we move on to like classical literature. It's because uh if it's fine when it's a Pixar theory, not so good when you're talking about the real world. And I think if you just kind of consume, just you swallow without thinking certain meta narratives, it just like certain stories, it can train your brain to think in ways that can actually cause you harm, unless you're like, you know, you just, you know, just be a little self-aware, I guess is what I'm saying.
I think it's really just like these things should be fun. Like, you
Yep.
should be having fun being like, "Hey, I found the Pizza Planet car in a Pixar movie." Like, that's fun. We all had fun and enjoyed, like, "Oh, what if Wall-E was Toy Story 1,000 years in the future?" Like, that's fun. Like, who gives it's not true, probably. But like, who cares? Like, it's kind of a fun thing just to think about and have fun with. I think the problems that arise is when that becomes
The
just like
default.
to a certain group of people, like a like communal accepted answer or
Hmm.
like a shorthand, because I think generally these kind of theories come out, and I really do think the purpose of like the really, again, like I think we all know somebody within a fan community that is like the top of whatever, the one, like when I was growing up in like anime and video game communities, there was always like one person that was like the king
Yep.
of whatever we were, of the 10 people that were together with us, and they kind of set the stage and the tone of what like the rest of us would talk about. So if they liked something, we would just say we liked it, because that was kind of like the communal idea of like we all want to be in the same space together, so we all just kind of agree that this is what's good about the things that we like, this is what bad about the things that we like. And I think the internet has just turned that as up to way beyond 11, like
Hmm.
100. And I think the reason that happens, because it doesn't make the text better.
Yeah.
Like, it's fun to think about, but like it doesn't actually improve our reading of the text. It doesn't actually uncover any hidden truths about the text. It's just like a fun, it's like those like fan theories you see, like, oh, what if did you know the Rugrats were dead the whole time? I'm like, okay, cool, great, whatever. I'm not, it's not going to change anything I think about the Rugrats. Um they're goofy, they're unprovable, most
Yeah.
importantly. They're not,
Unfalsifiable.
yeah, they're basically God arguments, and they're as interesting as God arguments because you can't argue against it or for it. Like there's no, because anything could be anything. You are absolutely right. But I think the purpose of them is to establish again who is the in-group community, the people that have been together long enough to have even established the fan theory in question, and who are the people that aren't in the in community,
Yeah.
therefore not knowing this theory, and therefore must learn the theory or must accept the theory as part of the process of coming into a fan community. I mean, I can use an example. Back in the day, I was a brony, big shocker,
Hmm.
and I re- I remember that there was always in the community, there was always a bit of a stir, a bit of a fervor anytime anything about Pinkie Pie was released, and the reason was because of a infamous fan fiction story where Pinkie Pie
Cupcakes.
cuts up Rainbow Dash that
Yeah.
like everyone in the community knew.
Yeah, I knew that
So
one. I used to
yeah,
also be a
so
brony, so.
yeah, we love to see it. Um, But like what I think is interesting about that is that that kind of colored, and even me too. Like I was in the community also, that kind of colored all of our interactions with Pinkie Pie, but it did also kind of serve as like a password almost to say that you were like actually a brony, because if we're talking about
Hmm.
like Pinkie Pie and cupcakes and you don't know what we're talking about, that's how we can say, oh, you're not one of us, or you're not one of us yet. You should have this mindset. And you need to have this mindset right now. And if a person disagrees and says, oh, I don't know, I don't really care that much about that, it's seen as like you're ruining the fun for
Yeah.
everyone else in the community, if that
That
makes
never.
sense.
Yeah. I think another. There's two more examples I can think of related to that. In My Little Pony specifically, you've got when Twilight became an alicorn,
Hmm.
people hated that. They're like, you ruined the show. And it's like, but if you look back and you look at the beginnings of the show, the sort of whispers of that were already in place. Was the whole story was Twilight coming into her own as this powerful, like, whatever, whatever, like a sorcerer is in Pony World, this powerful person, and who is like has a special gift with magic. And she was, from the very first episode, taking on the role that the other alicorns in the series took. You know, she got a little crown, you know, just like Celestia, and she was using magic that, you know, only alicorns had used before. So like that was kind of already set up from the get-go. And instead of like looking at it as a sort of coming of age theme, you know, and coming into her own and following in the footsteps of her teacher, it was seen as ruining the show. And it wasn't even like interrogating why they made that decision to give her that sort of arc, you know.
No, absolutely. I remember when that happened. It was the worst day of my life. How dare they do that to my Twily Sparkly?
How
And
dare they give her wings?
how dare they give her wings? I do remember being like, this is very dumb.
Yeah.
I remember being like, this is kind of a stupid decision to do. A friend of mine, not in the Brody community, said, hey, look, you like it when weird things happen. Just see what happens. Let it happen. Like, you know what? You're right. I'm jumping the gun. Let's just see what happens with this. And now I can argue that it's a bad idea for thematic reasons.
Yeah.
It's a totally different argument. And that's kind of the difference about like what we're talking about. Like hating Alicorn Twilight just for the fact that Twilight has become an Alicorn is obviously like, that's your opinion, man. Like it's that kind of thing. But if you want to argue like, well, I think that Twilight as an Alicorn ruins this dynamic or it changes this, and this, then you're having like an actual like thematic critical argument.
Yeah. I also personally don't like it. I much more appreciate the like, oh, it wasn't necessarily her destiny. She got there from hard work and applied skill rather than because she was actually different than any other unicorn her age. Like I definitely prefer stuff like that myself. So I agree, but like I can see what they were doing. You know, like I can understand the story they're trying to tell, even though I don't personally agree with the way that it was executed. I also think that it would have been stronger if they ended on it and they didn't continue the series. You know, I think that would have been a better. I still don't like how it works, but I think it would have worked better if it was the conclusion of the series rather than the midway point.
I can see that. I mean, that was at least like for me, God, like towards the end, because the first movie, Equestria Girls, happened like right after that, and I did see that in theaters. You're welcome. And I watched a little bit more of the next season, and I slowly drifted away, mainly because Steven Universe came out, and that was more interesting.
Yeah.
So I just switched, like you do. Like, okay, I'm kind of over this show. I'm not in a good or bad. I'm gonna watch something else. So that's when I kind of left the community, and like. Yeah, I don't know what happened beyond like the last couple episodes I saw where Twilight was an Alicorn. I mean, this is completely just off topic, arguing about whether Alicorn Twilight is a good idea or not. I think for me, it's really just like it didn't seem like they did anything like interesting with the idea. Like Twilight still just kind of did the same thing she did before, and also I think it removed some of like the interesting flaws that were in Twilight that made her an interesting character. Because one thing I liked about the show was that all of the ponies were equal, right? Like they all had like the same status and ability and representation in the show as each other. The main six, at least. And I feel like doing that, it basically cements the fact that Twilight is the star. Twilight is the most important pony of the main six. And to me, that just didn't feel like...
Yeah. I get what you mean.
That just was a very strange message for what I was seeing the show as, you know? Like,
it
was very...
It kind of goes against, like, past movies, too, because... usually no pony is more special than any other pony. That's kind of the whole point of it. I will say except for
the princesses and the queens.
Yeah.
And stuff.
they're not usually main characters. I don't think they're ever main characters, actually.
Later, I think later on they get some episodes because the writers just caved into the fans in
Yeah,
that soon became the worst thing in the world.
I more meant like G1, G2, G2, like the previous generations.
Right.
It was all about the ponies, not about one singular pony. So yeah, I agree with that. And I also think what they ended up doing is they made her a teacher and she opened up her own school, and like that's kind of cool, I guess, but I feel like that you could have still done that and made her a regular pony. But anyway, see, these are the kind of conversations that you can have without being like, you was like, well, how was this biologically possible? Like, how did this happen? It doesn't make any sense how it happened. When people are asking how, like, what are the, what's the scientific explanation of this? They kind of skip past the point of why. Like, who cares if it technically can happen? What is it? What are they saying when they make it happen?
Or even like kind of beyond that, you'll get people that are like, we're saying what we're saying, and their response would be like, but Twilight's an alicorn, or like, but Twilight's this. And that's just kind of like the end of the conversation, because the import is to go back to kind of like the set standards, again, set usually by the fan community of like what the answers are. It's like, but Twilight's a best pony, but Applejack's whatever. It's like it becomes it's something else. And again, like, you can do whatever you want with you and your friends if you're having fun. Don't be, an asshole to people. And I guess also understand that, like, there's no one's writing like their thesis on this stuff, because it would probably flunk them out of graduate school.
You'd be surprised.
I mean, that is very, it would be a very weak thesis paper, I think, because it's like, it's not interesting, at least to me. Like, I remember as a kid, there were always like playground arguments about like, oh, who would win in a fight, like Superman or Goku.
Oh my god.
And it's like, I don't care. Like, to me, that's not interesting. What's interesting to me is the thematic elements, the thematic underlines of it. And I think nowadays, sometimes you get people that are really into something on a personal level and they really like it, and then they decide to enter into a public space where not everybody shares that same personal fan idea.
Yeah.
And it can lead to, honestly, people on both sides being kind of mean to each other. And I think we just got to establish, like, hey, there's no right or wrong answer. So don't come into like a conversation about media, like assuming that everything you think is true, because like you're not going to know. Like, that's kind of the nature of analysis, is you're learning and expanding, and two people could have completely different views and ideas about something and both be right. Like, that's what is engaging and interesting about conversation. If you are using, one of the examples we talked about like how this is what that is, or like, you mentioned Five Nights at Freddy's. I haven't seen your video yet. It's on my list. But like, I think like talking about Five Nights at Freddy's, basically like, here is Matt Pat's videos. These are the Bible of what Five Nights at Freddy's is. And this is how we think about Five Nights at Freddy's. That seems wrong to me. I'm not super into that. So like, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that like, it's interesting that you bring up power scaling, because I guess the way that I would want to, apply this whole, we should critically analyze power scaling is like, why do people power scale? Why are power scalers typically men? And they're typically believe in the whole like alpha male thing. And it's like, here's the thing. I don't think that Superman and Goku would fight. It doesn't make sense for their characters.
Also,
like,
they're not real.
They're not real. Yeah, they're
not
not real.
They're not. You're not going to meet
Well,
Goku or Superman anytime soon.
and they're
I'm
not going to
sorry.
beat each other up. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
they're
like,
pieces of paper.
well, Stan Lee said like, okay, if Superman and Captain America won or fought, who would win? And it's whoever the writer wants to win. Like it's
Yeah,
just stories.
these are
You can
made up
tell
stories.
you can tell whatever story you want. You can tell a story about a guy with a gay lobster for a hand that is really excited about the new Captain America movie if you want to.
Thank
If you
God.
got that reference, you win 100 internet points.
I did not,
Um,
but I liked it anyway. I like
I'll send you the
the
video
idea of
later.
a gay lobster hand.
But yeah, you can do whatever you want to in stories, and I think the good question is why. And it's like, why are fan theories so popular? Why do people like power scaling? I think it's important to interrogate that, because if you so in my opinion, just you brought up power scaling, so this is your fault.
I didn't say the words power scaling.
No,
to be fair.
but
you said
yeah, but that's what it's called. But it
I know what it is. Yeah.
it brings, I think that really led to the whole YouTubers fighting each other in boxing rings, and that really ties into no, I'm serious. And that ties, it's like, well, Logan Paul could beat up this guy, or KSI could beat up that guy, and it's like, who cares? They're both fucking idiots, and it doesn't matter how many times one guy punches the other. Like, their rhetoric doesn't become more valuable just because they punched somebody,
Well, it's interesting because Goku is used by a lot of these people as like a lot of like gym bros love
Yeah.
Goku, and I've seen so many pictures of people like wearing like their Goku outfits at the gym, being like, "Yo, I'm doing my version of the hyperbolic time chamber. This one goes out to you, Goku." Like, it's power scaling and lifting weights is a very easy connection, and I think that's why, again, weightlifters really like it.
Also, I want to say, I'm gonna bring it up on screen in a second, is that you usually see whenever they use pictures of Goku, it's usually Firefox. Come on, but oh, it's so tiny and Reactive's in the way. Get out of the way, Reactive. It's usually pictures like this. He's cool and he's glaring at the screen and you can see his muscles. But my dudes, this is what Goku is usually like. He's a goofball that doesn't know, has like two brain cells that he could barely rub together. And that's kind of more who Goku is as a person. But people don't really talk about that version of Goku. They talk about this version of Goku, which I think is interesting.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I agree with that. And to me, like, this kind of stuff, I find interesting, not because they are anyway accurate or like, reveal any kind of hidden message or make the media better, because it usually doesn't. But what I find interesting about these kind of fan theories, the ones that really stick around, is what it says about the people making them and the communities making them.
Yep.
I think that's a really interesting, and I'm working on something like that in my long gestating Matrix video. This idea about whether somebody is right or wrong about their personal fan theory is kind of irrelevant. It's more like, what does that say about a person? Like, what does it mean that you think this unprovable thing is what's actually happening? Like, what, like, you could say, like, maybe you're influenced by neoliberalism, maybe you're influenced by this idea or that idea, and that kind of comes in together to create this Thermian argument, as Dan Olson would say. And I think it's interesting. I think in that sense it's interesting. I think if you're going around saying this is what Goku is really like, or this is what Twilight Sparkle is really like. It's like they're not real. Like
Yeah,
you
they're
don't
not really
they
like
don't
anything.
they don't hang out with you.
Yeah.
You're not they're not your friends. I'm sorry. It's very
Also,
sad.
there is a brief but very poignant reference to the Matrix in my video, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah.
I will check that out when I watch it.
Yeah,
Um,
that goes the same. It's you two audience. If you haven't watched it, go watch it after the stream.
yeah.
All right. Was there anything else you wanted to bring up?
I guess that's it. Yeah. Do I just leave now?
I
Is
guess
that,
so. I guess so.
okay.
Yeah. But you
I've
can
never
check
done a
out.
call in before. Yeah.
Yeah. You can check out Madeline's YouTube. Madeline's YouTube channel. If you
Yes.
wanna. If you, I don't know if you want to send like a message in the YouTube chat just so that people.
Oh yeah.
Can
Let me
see.
link it real quick. So people have it. Yeah, I make video essays. I've got stuff on all sorts of stuff. I've got stuff on Beau Was Afraid. I've got stuff on Hell of a Boss. I've got stuff on Fantastic Beasts. It's a very bad series. And it's all fun, probably.
And an upcoming video on the Matrix that is definitely coming, you guys.
I'm working on a video that I don't think anyone's made, at least for 20 years, on the Matrix. A very specific take on the Matrix that has not that is not heard very often.
Yeah,
and
I'm
I
looking
think
forward
it's
to
gonna
it.
make some people either go duh or get mad. I don't know.
I'm excited.
Thank you. But
we
yeah,
kind
I will-
of have similar takes about the Matrix, so I'm looking forward to it.
I feel like it's even more refined than like when we talked about it. It's
Yeah.
like it's
Ooh.
anyway. But get excited. It's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be. I'm excited for it.
All right.
All right. Bye everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. That was awesome. Thank you, Madeline. All right. We're going to bring on our next guest. There you go.
Hello?
That was my bad. I thought I clicked invite, but it didn't. Okay, hi.
Oh, okay.
Can you
Hello.
Can you introduce yourself for the audience, please?
Hi, I'm Fiona Fox. Nice to be here.
You have a very nice avatar, I gotta say.
Oh yeah, it was done by famous artists. You might have heard of them before.
Yeah. What would you like to talk about?
So I think I've mentioned this before, but I kind of have a bone to pick with game theory a bit.
Oh boy.
And certain theorycraft videos, because the way they do certain like series, like Five Nights at Freddy's, I find very irritating. And the example I would like to use is the web series Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I think you're familiar with this.
I actually watched Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared in college, and it was like presented to me by my college instructor who, I don't know if he's on the spectrum, but he's very into puppets. And I went to school for animation, and there's a lot of connection between puppets and like animation and 3D animation. So we would watch a lot of those videos of like old animation and stuff that it wasn't very mainstream. So like, I don't want to like sound like a hipster or anything, but I watched Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared before it was cool.
I think I remember I watched it when I was like pretty, like at an age where I probably shouldn't have watched it. I
Yeah.
was like a teenager. And I remember really liking it, even if it freaked me out.
Yeah. It
Uh,
was either 2010 or 2011 when I saw it.
oh yeah, then I was like around 11 or 12.
Yeah.
Um, and I remember really liking it, and I mean like, oh man, I need to find people who are talking about this because this is epic. And
Mhm.
most of the videos I found were very disappointing because they all just went to one theory, and that was that it was like some representative of British school education. Because if for anyone who's not familiar with Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, a big theme I would say is education versus indoctrination. You know, he has three main characters who are in this silly world, and once an episode, they have this teacher character who shows up that teaches them this like vague but general concept that almost anyone's familiar with, you know, like time or religion or things like that. And usually it starts out like normal, if a bit kooky or whatever, but then it slowly starts getting more weird and eventually terrifying. uh and the whole like, oh, this is a criticism of like the British education system. It's like, oh, that is like I would say that's a pretty interesting idea, you know, if you see it as a
Mhm.
theme. But the problem is that a lot of people who were talking about it at the time were taking a very, very
Literal.
hyper literal route and viewpoint of it, and were focusing on the wrongest things, like I was like, oh, if you focus on the newspaper of this shot, there's a coin on the newspaper, and and the pound symbol might be a reference to the type of what the monthly yearly wage was at the time, and that might connect with what year this is taking place. And it's just like,
Yeah.
what does that have to do with
It
going
doesn't
on?
it doesn't take place in any particular length of time. I mean, like I think personally, and like I've watched this many times. I've watched everything these guys have made basically as soon as it was released. I've been a fan of them for 14 years, right?
Yeah,
I love puppets and I love stuff like this. I like, I love a darker look at kids media. But I think the themes are pretty obvious. Like
uh,
I don't
I would
think
agree
they're
with that.
difficult to grasp. And especially if like you want to go comparative analysis with something like The Wall by fucking
Pink
oh
Floyd
my
guy.
god, yeah, Pink Floyd. I was like, it's Pink Floyd. I know it's Pink Floyd, but also I'm one of those people that like I'll get people mixed up. So I don't want
No,
to like
I'm the
I'm like
same way.
worried if I'll say yeah, it is Pink Floyd, but I'm scared that if I say a name uh and also we're not going to play that part because I don't want to get demonetized. So we're just going to go back to the beginning. I'm just playing the video with no audio on screen. Um just to have something to look at. But yeah, like if you look at like comparative analysis with The Wall, we can tell how a lot of people feel about the British education system. And I think they're
Really.
sort of talking about similar things, even though they're doing them in very different ways. You have like, especially in later series, you have this look at the older generation and how they're complicit in that and how they like push young people to be like, bricks in the wall, like a cog in the machine. And it destroys people, what we often do to children while they're going to school. It destroys their imagination and their creativity just because of the way that schools operate these days.
Yeah,
But I don't think
and their
that's
individuality.
and the individuality. Yeah, exactly. I think like that's like a pretty basic theme, and I don't think like squinting at background details like the calendar or the coins or like the month or whatever. I don't think that's giving you any further understanding of that theme. I think, like I said, I think you'd be better off also watching The Wall and watching
Yeah,
music videos for The Wall or giving it a listen and doing some external research about the British education system at the end of the 20th century, or Yeah, at the end of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century, also accounting for things like Sesame Street and like other kids' television and how that operates, and like asking why certain things are made and why we teach things in certain ways.
Exactly, yeah.
Because like
It's
what's
like,
interesting. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
oh, no, that's all right. It's like, because like, yeah, using it as a spring boost to educate yourself further on these topics, like, oh, it's like, oh yeah, this helped me learn about the British like education system of
Mm-hmm.
like, yeah, the late 20th century or turn of the 21st century. It's like that's good. It's good that did that. But the problem is that uh they try to like hyper literalize
Yeah.
and they miss the forest for the trees
Yeah.
with what they're saying. Is this like it's like you miss the point of what
Yeah.
they're trying to tell you. It's like you're staring at the fridge magnets when you're not. That's
Yeah.
not what you're
When
supposed to be paying attention to.
or you don't even ask the question of like, okay, so I think what shows like this, what projects like this, what art like this can do is like, okay, but why is the British education system like that? And the answer is, as always, capitalism. Because now I don't know if you're familiar with this concept of the purpose of a system is what it does. It kind of is like it doesn't really matter what the intentions of a system is. It's the result of that system that becomes its purpose. So the purpose of the school system is to prepare you to live in a capitalist society. Is to turn you into a worker. That's the purpose of school systems pretty much across the world, at least in capitalist countries. And that's why you get people that are pushed ahead, and it's like, okay, well, like we just need them to graduate. Like they may not be understanding these complex terms, but we just need to get them out of here and into the workforce. And then if
Exactly.
you with that in mind, looking at "Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared," even things like green is not a creative color, or like dumping this bucket of ink on the little painting of the clown, or like this is the way that you have to think, or this is the project I expect you to do, and if you deviate from it, you're going to get in trouble. Starts to make a lot of sense. And these are elements that are not within Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, but they are things that Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is about. Especially the first
Yeah.
one.
No, no, exactly. And it's just, I feel like you're doing a disservice to the work you're analyzing if you just like, oh, this is obviously what this is about, but we're going to focus on how this connects everything together, and we can make it like, it makes it like sort of like a puzzle to be solved, or
Exactly.
like an answer I have to be right about, like, oh, this work is like asking questions. I need to be the person who's correct about it, and I need to find the right answer. And when I do, I will be correct about this work forever.
Yeah.
And I think that mentality is as obviously kind of ruined both like the analysis sphere and also kind of other pieces of media like Five Nights at Freddy's.
Well, a great component of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared that I want to bring up. I'm gonna open up a different Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared video. I think he comes in. Wait a minute. Yeah, let's go. Let's just open time. So a great component is the quote unquote father of the yellow guy.
Yeah.
Because people are like, oh, well, he's the father and he's running the studio and he's in control of everything. And then the yellow guy, he is actually the heir of this empire. Oh, but what if it's the yellow guy from the future? Or like, what if the dad is abusing the yellow guy? And the thing is that all of those are kind of true because he's not really, you're not really supposed to think about him as the father that has this certain kind of influence and yada 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 is abusing the yellow guy, and that's why the yellow guy is the way he is. He represents the previous generation, and that is our parents. That is, the people that run big corporations, and it is who we will inevitably become if we continue the cycle. He's all of those things, and limiting him to only one really limits your understanding of the series, I think.
Yeah. I think like doing that whole like this like doing the theory of like this is what this story is about and that's it as a whole, it kind of like again it disrespects the work a bit in my opinion
Yeah,
because that's not the only read you can get from Don't Hug Me, which is one of the great things about it is that it's
it's
so esoteric,
intentionally, yeah, exactly.
and it covers a wide variety of themes. It's like that's the great thing is that even though it obviously has like its like surface themes that it's primarily about, there's still a lot you can interpret from it, even just singular episodes,
Yep. Yep, exactly. It is a wonderfully brilliant series, and there's so much going on in there that I think it's a shame when people limit themselves just to one meaning or they take it too literally. It's really a shame.
I do like how like in the series, the like new series that was like made a couple of years ago,
Yeah,
um I like how the ending they basically like they kind of sort of build up to like, oh man, we're finally gonna get all the answers, and at the very end, it's like, no, you're not. Fuck you.
yeah. Well, it's very much like, hey, looking into the camera very deliberately. It was like none of this is real, and it's just toys that we're playing with. So we can do
Exactly.
whatever we want because none of it matters. But so many people were focused on, oh, is the crow, is the green guy, is it the same green guy as episode 1? And it's like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, it's because they're not,
It doesn't
like,
matter.
yeah, they're different
It's
stories. It's just, it's can
it's
be,
like it's also like a comedy series,
yeah,
like it's also about comedy. So I think like focusing so much like, oh, is the crow from this episode the same as the last episode, or is it like a clone, or did he get resurrected? It's like you missed the joke. It's like if
yeah.
you watched South Park and like you saw the part where Kenny died, and then like there's the next episode and Kenny's somehow back alive, and it's like you go through like oh man, you craft this theory about how
I
Kenny
was
like is still alive. And
I
it's
was
like
I
you,
wasn't gonna mention South
you
Park,
missed
but I
the
was gonna
joke.
mention that phenomenon of like, do you think that like Yosemite Sam or Elmer Fudd are these like inhuman god entities, or like they're trapped in hell, like because they can't die, like so many bad things happen to them, or Sylvester the cat, so much bad things happens to him, but he always manages to go back to hunt the Tweety bird, and um,
like, like the
and
Ed
then
Ed Eddie in purgatory theory, which is very
yeah,
funny but also very stupid.
yeah, because you're missing the point. It can be very simple stuff. It doesn't necessarily have to be like having this, like, again, that's why I bring up Bugs Bunny, because like I don't think Bugs Bunny is trying to have like this big philosophy about hunting rabbits. Like I think it's just for funny. And I think
Yeah,
you're missing the forest for the trees if you're trying to read into like this huge if you're trying to read into this like, oh, they're actually in purgatory and Bugs Bunny is a demon that's just torturing them for eternity. Like, uh, does that really make Looney Tunes better?
right. It's like, does that add anything to his like character? He's already a demon. It's like you're making it hyper literal now. It's just like, what are you doing? Yeah, I feel like whenever anyone like starts doing that kind of shit, like we should like like pull up that one bit from The Simpsons where like Lisa and Bart are like theorizing, or if like Casper and Richie Rich are like the same person, like if Casper's like the ghost of Richie and Marge is just like, kids, could you calm down a little?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, does that Yeah, it doesn't really change how you think about Casper. It's been a while since I watched Casper, so it's hard to say what the themes of that are. I don't remember, but definitely don't think it's related to Richie Rich at all. And I don't think Casper's trying to say anything about Richie Rich.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about?
No, I am done. Thank you for having me
All
on. I really
right.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Fiona. You have anything you want to plug or?
No, but thank you.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you later. You have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye bye. All right. Very nice. Not sure. Oh, I know what happened. Hi. How you doing? Hello? A frog is looking into your eyes. We're having some technical difficulties, I think. Oh. Discord died. Rip. Now's a good time to mention once again, if you're not subscribed, make sure you're subscribed and make sure you like the video. And if you're watching this in the future, make sure you leave a nice and a juicy comment. I appreciate it. My next video will be coming out next Friday. It's going to be about Kingdom Hearts. I have a post on my community tab, and I want to hear your questions that you've always been confused about Kingdom Hearts. There might be a guest. There might be a guest on that video as well, and it'll be an edited video, not a live stream. I'm going to be putting out more of those. I've kind of come into my flow of writing scripts, which was the hardest part for me. Okay, but Bugs Bunny can defeat Goku. We all know this. I think that Goku and Bugs Bunny would be friends. I don't think they would fight. I think Goku would love Bugs Bunny, and I think Bugs Bunny would love Goku. I think they'd kiss, actually. You are very welcome, Fiona. Hello? Oh no. Unrelated, but thoughts on Cobblemon, the Pokemon Minecraft mod. I think it's fine. I think Pokemon is better at being Pokemon in my end than Cobblemon is, but... Oh. Madeline is back. Space Frog, while we're waiting, we're gonna bring Madeline back. Hi.
Hi. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, switch me off when Space Frog comes back. No, I wanted to come back on because I was listening to your discussion with Fiona, and I thought it was all very interesting, and it made me think about something with what you're talking about with the "Don't hug me, I'm scared." I think that the strict, like hyper strict readings and analysis of media does make it worse. Like y'all were talking about, it also just turns media into like a game of win or lose, which is, I think, really what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Like, the purpose of like a Matt Pat video or anything like that is to win the piece of media, to have something that says, I have gotten it right. And in that sense, like, the ultimate thing like a person can achieve is just like, the person, like the creator saying, you are correct. You're the most special boy. Come with me to my mansion and help me write the next Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared because you're so smart.
Yeah.
And I think, but I really do think that's exactly what's going on. And your Looney Tunes discussion made me remember something I heard on a podcast many years ago. It might be apocryphal, but for a long time there was this rumor or this story that there was a Bible, like a production Bible for Roadrunner and Coyote cartoons. That there was like these specific things you can and cannot do, the specific stuff that has to happen when Wile E. Coyote comes out, and certain things that Roadrunner must do and must not do. But they years later they actually asked the main writer of those cartoons, which is a guy named Michael Maltese, and he said, we didn't have any fucking Bible. We just wrote cartoons. We didn't have anything that was like matching anything. There was no rhyme or reason to it. And it made me think that a lot of times, like what we think of as like pre-planned or like this very smart structure is really just like good writing and like good writing instinct to be like, hey, I think this works and this is the most entertaining way of doing it, or this is the most interesting way of doing it. If anything, I think having such strict rules and analysis towards your own work, I guess is the message for creators, makes your art weaker. It puts what you can do in a box before you've even allowed yourself to make something to put into the box. Like you've already kind of made your boundaries of what is and is not going to happen. And it's like I guess it's very, very limiting in a way that it doesn't have to be. And that just kind of reminds me of this way of looking at media. It's like, yeah.
One way that I'd like to kind of, if you don't mind me going on about Stephen King again and and like the ability of The Shining, is that you know, in the original book The Shining, you know, they had to be in close proximity to use it against one another, but in, I don't know, The Stand, there is an ability that is very clearly supposed to be like The Shining, because again, Stephen King, all of his, it's kind of sort of a shared universe, but it's very loose. Stephen King didn't say, like, because the whole point of that is that there's like a woman and there's two people that are calling out to people to come join them at the end of the world. Like, you know, like a bunch of people got really sick and died of this infectious disease. It's the end of the world. And then you have this older woman that's like, hey, come join me. We could, you know, to rebuild society, you know, and she's supposed to represent good. And then the guy, the man in black, the dark man, is like, come join, the world's over, it's not their time anymore, we can make our own society where we just like kill each other and like fuck all the time, and who cares about consequences, and who cares. And like, it's very clearly supposed to be this story about good and evil. But if like King was restricted by the first, you know, when he wrote The Shining, of like, oh, wait a minute, I can't make that story because then it would contradict The Shining, where they had to be in close proximity to use it. You know what I mean? Where it's like, I think maybe if you nitpick about how it's not consistent, you kind of miss the point of The Stand, which is...
It really is. And I think it does, like, I think it can, at the same time, like, structure can be good to focus and get you to write, because sometimes, like, limitations that you put on yourself are good to, like, you know, help you write anything or create anything. But I also think, though, that we can get so, like, attached to world building and lore and the look and feel of everything that we create a very strict universe before we've even put like a story or people into it.
Yep.
And I think that can hamper and make your art much less interesting than it could be, because instead of creating things that enhance themes character motifs of your art, you're kind of forcing it all into this world that you have meticulously crafted.
Yep.
And maybe that's what you want to do. Maybe that's what's interesting to you is the mechanisms of your world more than what's actually going on. But I feel like it's a much harder sell, and to me it is more interesting to think about like thematic
Yeah.
truth, like
How
things that make like thematically more sense and maybe like lore sense.
well, because Shining in Carrie and The Shining in The Stand all serve different purposes, and so they
Yeah.
operate slightly differently. Because King's not going to be. I keep on mentioning King. It's just because I've like read a lot of King lately, but because he is one of those people that make a connected world, sort of. But he's not. He doesn't let himself be restricted about it. He's story first. If the story isn't good, because he allows himself to be restricted, he'll be like, I'd rather play fast and loose, even though there are like thematic similarities. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. And to me, I think about the newest Scott Pilgrim adaptation.
Mm-hmm.
Scott Pilgrim Takes
I
Off.
haven't seen it yet.
I won't spoil
It's one
anything.
of Scott Pilgrim is one of my favorite comics, so I really need to
Same.
watch it.
Yeah, changed my life.
Toronto is literally just like that, by the way.
Yeah, I believe it, 100%. But what I think is interesting about like the things that happen in Scott Pilgrim, and especially in this newest version of it, is that the things that happen don't always make like in-universe logical sense, but they always make thematic sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yep.
you believe these things are happening because they feel true to like what the story is saying.
Yep.
And I feel like trying to be like, oh, well, it wouldn't make sense for a one-up life to come up here and not here. It's like, what are you doing? Like, what are you talking about? Like that's not what's happening here. And I think that's what's so beautiful about Scott Pilgrim is that it makes sense because like it's just so well written around its ideas of, of betrayal, forgiveness, of adolescence, of growing up.
Yep.
That
And how
it makes its own kind of logic, even if it's not like a strict in universe logic. That's not to say that like there's never big important meanings or specific themes in works of art. Obviously there are, and maybe there is a secret meaning to "Don't hug me, I'm scared." I have no idea. But I think if you, as a analyst or somebody talking about media, is going to make that argument, then you have to take the full blunt of that argument. Like if you're going to say this and put it into like a conversation they're having with somebody else, like this is what "Don't hug me, I'm scared" is about, then you gotta deal with the ramifications of that. You gotta deal with every possible version of what you're meaning. You gotta argue your point. Even if what you're saying accidentally suggests something kind of bad about a piece of art, you have to be part of that too. That has to be part of what you're talking about. You can't just get the good version of the things you were saying. If you're saying something is something, then you got to take it to everything because that's what you're saying. You don't get to pick and choose the things that make you look smart.
I think my least favorite version of this, and what I think started it, is like, why didn't Aerith, or why did Cloud just use a Phoenix down on Aerith after Sephiroth killed her? And yeah, I think
it's
that
well, that's what's so.
Well,
I love that.
The death of Aerith is very representative of, like, well, because Aerith really represents the spirit of humanity and the Earth, and Sephiroth, he is using it for his own game in a very self-destructive and just in generally a destructive way. So of course he's going to kill Aerith.
Absolutely.
Because he's trying to kill the Earth. That's, and
exactly.
It's sad.
And what I love about that moment is that it does something that can only happen in video games, which is that not only is Aerith like an important, interesting character, but to the player, she was also an important party member. She was healing the team. She had all these really good spells. that people liked. So if you were like using Aerith all the time,
You
that
really
hits
feel
harder when
mhm.
she that's a and again, I think that's just something that's so kind of
Yes.
interesting
It
as
really
opposed to being
makes you
like, well, why
feel the
don't you just put
loss.
a better
Yeah.
pick? Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to say that, and other people are waiting to come on. But yeah, or they're on right now. Hi.
Hi there. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. I blame Discord, but it turns out it was Windows directing my mic to Minecraft. Either way, it was Microsoft's fault.
It's always Microsoft's fault. All right. Thanks for jumping on again, Madeline. I appreciate that, especially because like I didn't know what else I was gonna do while we were waiting. But yes, thank you very much.
Of course, and yeah, I'll probably keep listening in. I'm enjoying listening to all y'all talk about this stuff. So
thank you so much.
Yeah. Bye.
All right. Hi. Finally,
Hi.
what's up? What did you want to talk
Yeah,
about?
I'm sorry about that. I want to just preface this that this is like this discussing these types of things is way outside my wheelhouse because I'm a very STEM person, I would say, but I try to push myself to think about these things. And in terms of trying to give perspectives that I know you don't want like repetitive stuff. So I don't know how many people in the audience are familiar with Star Trek, but that's what
Mm-hmm.
I was coming into. I know
You've
you are.
you've fallen for my trap card.
Yeah. I know.
Yes, let's talk about Star Trek. Let's freaking go. Okay, what
Yeah.
specifically about Star Trek?
Well, so if I'm understanding meta narrative, analyzing meta narrative properly, then the thing that jumps out at me is how I'm just looking at my notes here. How
No, boys in
the
STEM always
the
taking notes.
how the effort that fandom has put into trying to connect things that go all the way back to the original series from the 60s into every later iteration in the same way that what Maddie and you were talking about, where Stephen King was to try and restrict himself when he writes to make The Shining work exactly the same way in all cases. Because the Star Trek kind of fandom, there's a lot of push to try and make sure everything lines up, that everything has works exactly the same, and that always appealed to me. But then as I kind of gotten older and just realized that there's more to it than just like, oh, let's just make sure everything is self-consistent and mechanical here. It becomes really restrictive and shuts down a lot of interesting
Yeah.
interesting things that could be discussed in fandom and so on. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're good. I think the two ones that come to mind immediately is like, why do the oh my god, I can't remember half my words. My vocabulary just fell out of it's in my other pocket. Wow. The aliens with the forehead crests.
Forehead crest. We're not talking about Cardassians?
No. Worf species.
Oh, Klingons.
Klingons, yes. Why do Klingons look differently in, the first one versus every other series? And the other one is that we could also talk about if you're interested is I believe it's Next Generation. It's Next Generation. They find out that going at, I believe, if you're using warp 9, I think it's warp 9. You are tearing holes in the fabric of space-time, which is killing these sort of extra-dimensional entities, but also if they keep doing it, all of space-time will collapse. But they never really return to that, and they just go back to using warp 9 in later series. I guess those are the
Yes.
two big ones that stand out to me.
Well, when there was one more that I would add to that, and that would be the progenitor race of all humanoids
Mm.
in the
Yeah.
galaxy, and trying to, I guess, I wouldn't call it a retcon, but like try to tie together why everybody kind of looks the same,
Yeah.
4 limbs and all the other stuff, um, and kind of ignoring. Well, I don't want to get too far into that because I wanted to hit what you were talking about with the Klingons and the Warp 9 thing first, because that's what you brought up. The Klingon thing, they actually, I'm not sure if you're
They
familiar
do
with
yeah.
Enterprise.
They do explain it. I know.
They do, and I mean,
I don't
it
think it
feels like, yeah.
I don't think it matters is the thing. Is
No,
I don't
no,
think it
and
really I don't think it really gives any depth to our understanding of Klingons.
now going back in time to 1997 and the 1997 internet, I remember there being great discussion about an episode of Deep Space Nine, which was a celebration of the 30th anniversary of Star Trek, where they
Mhm.
end up going back in time to the
I
episode
love that
of
episode.
Tribbles. Yeah.
Yeah.
And with the way they handled it there was, well, as a joke, because, it didn't matter. And it was something where Worf says, we don't talk about that. And I think the way I took it was, oh, yeah, that's pretty funny. I could kind of put myself outside of Star Trek and say, yeah, I know why there's this difference in how they appear, and I know why they made that joke, and it was largely a comedic episode too. So yeah, it makes all the sense.
I
But I
I
do
th-
remember,
I think in the episode he says that at the time they were doing genetic engineering and they stopped because they realized, which kind of,
no,
or was it the
oh, I'm sorry,
opposite?
I'm sorry. In Deep Space Nine, I don't think they mentioned anything like that because I remember how there was a great discussion, at least in some message boards at
Mm-hmm.
the time, about how, oh, the episode should have finally given us an answer and it's so disappointing and everything. And then, 10 years later, whenever it was when Enterprise was on, we finally get an answer and it was like, oh, okay. So it was a nothing burger, I guess you could say,
Mm-hmm.
because there really wasn't anything to go on about. But the fandom was very concerned about it, or at
Yeah.
least the fandom on the section of the internet I guess I found.
Yeah.
So
No, I mean, like, I wasn't around that long ago, but I do remember it being a big thing. And my dad
yeah.
talking about it quite a bit because I was born in 1992, but I've been watching Star Trek, since I've been in diapers. So, um,
Yeah, pretty much the same. So I mean,
uh,
born earlier, but it's watching
yeah,
Star Trek for that long, yeah.
yeah. Now, what was the thing that you were? Because I did have something spark. What was the thing that you wanted to talk about specifically? Because I did have something spark and then it's gone. Can you mention it again to me?
Oh, well, I mentioned the progenitor races, and I'm not sure if that's what
Yes.
you're. Okay.
Yes. I mean, like, that has a very obvious theme to me. It
Oh
always
well.
did, and that's that, like, it kind of, because Star Trek is always about humans. It's about people. And to me, this whole da 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 da, like, humans or humanoid races have kind of, progenerated throughout the entire galaxy and beyond. It's supposed to be kind of like this look at ourselves of, like, hey, throughout the entire earth there are people that are so different, but we all came from the same thing, you know that's, I mean, that's kind of what it always meant to me when they were talking about the how there's this connection across all humanoid races, is that they all came from the
100%.
same thing. I don't think it's that deep.
Yeah, 100%. But I think they handled it well because it satisfied the section of the fandom that was like, well, we've got to explain why we're not finding bug people or other weird slime people and things like that, where everybody just happens to have 4 limbs and maybe some forehead ridges. So they gave them a satisfying answer. We all
Hmm.
have the same genetic background apparently, which you would think we would have figured out way before this, but who knows? Uh, but the message, or rather, well, the theme of the episode and the messaging, they took the opportunity to give a good message there. They even highlight it at the end of the episode. The two groups that are the most antagonistic, I would say, are the Romulans, with the Federation, or at least that was from the Federation's perspective, they were the most threatening. You have the Romulan commander call up Picard and basically share his idea that, maybe we're not so different, you and I, in a positive way.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that was really like being very obvious about what the theme was, like if you didn't get it already. But
I mean,
it was.
They've been laying that seed for ages because the Romulans are related to the Vulcans very closely.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's like been a consistent theme.
Yeah. So I think that what they did is they ended up satisfying the fans who really wanted an answer, and then took it a step further to further integrate, the overall theme of let's work together that Star Trek's always had, and into one unified episode. I don't know how things have progressed since then with this part of the canon. I hear that things got expanded, but the original reason for having it maybe gets lost on people. It's more just it's answering a question without really thinking about why the answer is important.
Yes, and
at least in the fandom, yeah.
They're saying something by making that canon, and I think that what a lot of fan sort of transformative works channels that do these theory videos do is okay, so this is what is you thinking that what is you saying that all the Rugrats are dead and Angelica just makes them up in her head? What does that to say about the story? What kind of impact, what message does the story now have? Because it's completely different than
Mm-hmm.
than what they're trying to say. And I brought up one of my favorite books in my video from Friday, a picture of Dorian Gray. And if you don't have that context of Oscar Wilde is a gay man that from the Victorian era, and the things that are happening to the picture are symptoms of syphilis, because he is living a hedonistic, self-destructive, selfish lifestyle, and it's told from the perspective of his friend who, I mean, look, the original story was censored very heavily. We've seen several different versions of the manuscript, but I think it's very clear that the main protagonist is in love with Dorian Gray. And it's, the male protagonist. And I think if you remove that element of it, it's a very different story. If you're okay, well, maybe a witch, did this and, is an ex-lover and, you know what I mean? There's so many, if you remove that context and you start, focusing on, okay, well, how does the picture work? Then, you're missing out on a lot that story's trying to tell. And I think Star Trek, because of the nature of it, because it's a sci-fi, and sci-fis are just stories about the human experience, but using scientific technology to kind of tell them. And this dates back to Isaac Asimov and even Mary Shelley. They're all stories about humanity. And if you focus on well, how can lightning reanimate a corpse? That's stupid. You're missing the point.
Well, it's going back to, I'm not sure how, I kind of disconnected from the Star Trek fandom a long time ago, because at least at the time, most of the discussion online was about the ships, and as much as I love starships and everything like that, it was more well, how powerful is this versus that, and comparing it,
Oh, you meant the starships, and I was
oh yes,
not shipping. And I was I mean, I guess there is some shipping, that's a pretty important part of Star Trek fandom, but I mean, okay, I don't think that's the same. You're talking, but no, it was well, because the movies, they were just these all the intros, you'd have like what movie was it where it was like basically like 40 minutes of just panning across the fucking
That was the
Enterprise, and it's
motion
like,
picture.
yeah, the motion
That
picture.
was and then they did Rathacon where they realized, you know what? Let's just cut it down by like 70% because the last time we did this.
Yeah. I mean, it was a beautiful model, and they put a lot of
Yes.
work into it, but
Mhm,
that's not
mhm.
why I watch Star Trek.
But I always got the impression that the discussion in the fandom leaned more towards this kind of nuts and bolts military
Mhm.
uh utilitarian kind of look at starships, and not really, what's the reason why they made these starships to go out there and explore, and so on. You get more discussion about how, maybe even, again, you talked earlier about power scaling, comparing it to Star Wars or something. It's like, is that really useful? I mean, they obviously don't work in the same universe, so what's the point of even trying to do this? But that is something where at least the old fandom, not sure what currently things are going on, but the old fandom was really up on, and it just limits what you can explore, I guess.
It's funny because but but a very important part of the Star Trek fandom are, about a very different kind of ship. And
Yeah,
they are the
yeah.
people, arguably, I would say they're the people that started fandom. Fandom belonged to the
Mm,
to the
mm,
Spurks. They're really the ones that made it what it is.
mm.
So it's fascinating to me that, like, and I'm not saying it's bad to like spaceships. I like spaceships too. I like a good spaceship. Sorry to be a boy, but
Oh yeah, I love a good Enterprise
yeah,
D.
yeah. But I think that, like, discounting the emotional readings, or like discounting things like how important
Yeah.
Spurk is to fandom culture in general, I think, again, you're
Mm,
missing out on a lot. And
mm.
what I don't know if you saw, it was such a weird little, I don't even know what to call it, but it was sort of a post-humorous sort of love letter to the relationship between Spock and Kirk. They released it, I think, the end of last
Really?
year. I don't know if you
Oh,
saw
I
that one. It
no.
was basically Kirk meets Spock in heaven or something. I don't know. It was
Oh,
weird, but it was made by, like, the estate of Leonard
oh,
Nimoy, and it's
okay.
Shatner was a difficult man,
Mm,
you know,
mm,
but I think him embracing that side of Star Trek, I don't know. It goes, like, because I know that him and Nimoy weren't getting along very well at the end of, later in life. But to me, what that did was, like, okay, despite their differences, it's very clear that, like, Shatner had a lot of respect for Nimoy,
uh,
and
it
I don't know.
yes, and it almost, I tried to be cautious with it, but it almost felt very parallel to the characters they
Yeah,
portrayed, in the sense that, even when it comes to like the embodiment of their personalities, where Shatner was, well, the more difficult one, yeah,
yeah,
and so on, yeah.
yeah.
But they
So,
must have met up on that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, you go ahead. I'm sorry. I keep
I,
on
I,
interrupting you.
I was just making a corny joke that where they met wasn't heaven. It must have been that planet that they met God on in Star Trek
Uh
Five.
huh. Of course.
So
Of
yeah.
course. Actually, in my experience, you have to be careful, but the Star Trek community on Tumblr,
Mm.
honestly, pretty good.
Uh,
I think.
honestly, I backed away from any kind of fandom for a long time, and part of it was just getting busy and school and everything, and so much. But it was also kind of just being soured with the experience I had with that era of the Star Trek fandom in the late '90s, early aughts, uh, and one of the big ones for me was the kind of wholesale rejection that a lot of the fandom had for Enterprise, which was a show that had a lot of issues. There's no defending that
Mm-hmm.
there, but there were still some good stories and ideas I think that were in there, uh, and because it was a show that was a prequel and it didn't look like the original series, or they may have done a little bit of retconning here and there, to make things kind of fit and so on. I was able to say, yeah, sure, we can do this, it's fine, not a big deal. I've already, I've experienced this before, but it was a wholesale rejection, and I think that was a big part of kind of killing off the momentum for Star Trek. I mean, amongst other things, killing off the momentum for Star Trek in the early aughts. Uh, and uh, you could see that even the show, as it progressed, kept trying to react to this waning fandom that wasn't, accepting it, and
Mm-hmm.
in some ways, it really, it suffered for that.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think it's even more noticeable in with the reaction to Picard. And I have a hot take. I liked Picard. Um I
I was,
I know it's not popular, but I know that it's really different, but
Mhm.
again, Star Trek is supposed to be relevant to the culture of today.
True, true,
And I think Picard is really relevant to the culture of today. And
true.
I think in that show that Picard kind of represents um it kind of represents the creator of Star Trek a little bit, I think, and how Star Trek has kind of impacted how we think about technology and other people. And there's so much stuff that technology we've developed that's actually inspired by Star Trek, and it's kind of turned around and people are using it, I suppose you could say, in the wrong way. And I don't know.
Mm.
I think and taking messages from the story about, like, hey, like, we might look different from the Klingons, but at the end of the day the Klingons are people too, to
Mm.
and the Romulans are people too, to using that kind of narrative of how we look at like aliens to eh, you know change how we think about each other as humans in a very negative way. And it's like, not wasn't the original intention of the show. It's not what anybody wanted, but like, of course that was going to be a perspective that some people took and ran with. You know it's kind of like how sorry to like do so much comparative analysis, that's where my brain is all the time. But
Oh
like,
no, go ahead.
how I brought up like, again, I brought up the Matrix in the FNAF video, and how you get people like thinking about, what is reality, what is real, like, and then they take the whole red pill thing and the weird stuff that the manosphere has done with the Matrix. And that
Mm.
obviously wasn't the intent of the
Mm.
siblings, but like, you know
No,
it's kind of
I
it's
I agree with it, and yeah, I think it's an important observation. Um, when it comes to Picard, kind of reflecting our times, I think that was probably my biggest issues, because I have some strong feelings. I'm
yeah.
not saying, but it was I understand why
Yeah.
you have this reflection, but it also helps for me, it deflated that optimistic goal of the future when you see more of the dystopic
Mm-hmm.
side, I would guess you could call it,
Yeah.
of that world. So but I think in other cases,
Yeah.
it's like people are upset about Picard for other reasons that I think aren't too
Yeah.
important.
Well, I
But
think, yeah, the thing is that I think that like futurism is dead. I would have to say, I hate to
mm,
say it, but futurism is dead. the future is not romantic and full of possibilities anymore.
Yeah.
Just because we've seen what these advances in technology can ultimately do. And while I do really love Star Trek as this optimism from the future, it comes from a time when we didn't really know what was in store, you know? So to
And
us, scientific progress went hand in hand with sort of, I guess, philosophical and emotional and societal progress when, you know, we have learned in recent years that that is not the case. And that I think Star Trek shifting from being hopeful about the future to, you know, questioning it and
cautionary.
questioning why we're, yeah, being cautionary, because it's like, oh, what if we could just, you know, what if we had, okay, data, for example, what if an AI could perfectly mimic human beings, like, because we would start to think about like transhumanism and what is a person and stuff. But now when we think about AI, I think it's actually dangerous now to assign those values to an AI. I love Data, and I love the story of what he is and what makes a person, and I think that's really interesting. But I think it would be irresponsible to make a character like Data now, because there's so much propaganda, and I don't think even Roddenberry would make a character like Data now, because I think that he would see that, like, okay, am I telling a story about people now, or am I participating in this propaganda that about AI, you know?
Yeah,
And
would Elon Musk be you know, it's like trying that kind of let's push technological progress, let's push for it at all costs, and you know, capitalism aside and
yeah.
everything. The idea is more technology the better, because that just makes us better people or better society, or makes, you know, because the future is supposed to be better, right? And the future is technology. So
Well, at
um
the time, yeah, that made sense, because we were
yeah,
like technology was about learning. Like we were learning
yeah,
things about ourselves, about the world
yes,
around us. We were saving people, saving lives. But now
yeah.
technology is mostly about convenience and manipulation.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
so I think it makes sense that
Absolutely.
Star Trek shifts a little bit.
With that perspective, I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch Picard because it's just no, it's a really interesting thing, and thank you for that perspective because it's I think that will help. That will
I
help
do
me.
I do have some gripes about Picard, but I think the overarching theme and why it shifted
Mm,
its perspectives on the future, I don't think that that's necessarily a
mm.
bad thing. But I do have some other gripes with it.
I think it's for me because you know I'm somebody who's always struggled with you know depression and anxiety. Star Trek
Mhm.
always kind of gave me that optimistic future where it's like, you know what, the world can get better. And that's what I still need in my life.
Yeah,
And not and having Star Trek change to where it's more cautionary does kind of affect me in that
yeah.
sense where you know I've lost something that gives me hope for the future, or at
I
least you know I'm not saying completely lost, but
I think that what Picard was for me is that you can't get comfortable with being like, okay, we're making progress, so that therefore we're better than the people that came before us. Like
mm,
that automatic
mhm,
assumption of we're better now because we're
yeah,
progressing.
yeah,
Um, you have to always, every single day, do your best to be a good person all the time. You
hmm,
can never stop. And that's hard. It's one of the hardest things I think in the world, is to
hmm,
constantly be at it to be a good person. But if we don't, then we get too comfortable, I think, in ourselves, and we just let awful things happen. Um, I think is something to consider. We can't be bystanders. You know, we have to participate. We have to um, do better by our fellow man, our fellow human being, our fellow humanoid shaped uh you know,
yeah.
others.
Yeah. So this perspective on how Star Trek is dealing with technology and technological progress nowadays, this is really useful for me just to get a little meta on the whole conversation, I guess, because um, as we might have discussed before, I'm a professor in STEM, and I teach a course where we explore biotechnology in fiction, and I have no humanities background. So I have tried my best to, because it was a course I created, so it was like, oh well, all right. Well, I've really got to do my homework now and figure out how to teach this. And um, I we see it in my profession when it comes to something like genomics being misused, where we've in science, we know why we wanted to be able to sequence the human genome and have easy access to the human genome, to explore it, to fix it, to disease and so on. But capitalism came in, and now it's 23andMe and everything else, and so on, and so that was always something that was clear to me that yeah, the technology, just because we have the technology, doesn't mean that we're automatically better off.
Yeah.
uh, and now having this perspective that modern Star, or at least Picard, looking at how technology and society progresses and the cautionary tale around it, I feel like I can integrate that more into this course. So that's very, very helpful for me, and I thank you.
Yippee. I think that it's all about how it's applied. It's funny that you mentioned that because I actually right before stream I watched one of my favorite YouTubers, Gutsip Gibbon, talk about the human genome. And like, I know that in like academia this isn't really a question, but I think more and more, just with the the drift away from traditional education in the US, it is actually becoming important, where it's like, we have sequenced the human genome, we have sequenced the chimp genome, and talking about how we're absolutely related to chimpanzees. 99% similarity, and like, like there's like indels and like inversions and
Mhm.
duplications and stuff. So like that can be, that's why the numbers shift. And she just made a whole video of why some people say 96, some people say 98, some people say 99, is
Mm.
because, like, if you line them up end to end, like, yes, there's like a lot more differences, but if there's like a gene that gets duplicated 3 times, like, you should account for that because you understand how it got there. It duplicated. It's not just, they
Yeah.
didn't just come from nowhere. And that can
Mhm.
really, like, that changes our perspective, I think, on our relation to animals, and that we are just animals. And again, sorry to be a stinky atheist. I don't think you mind, but to me, it kind of goes back to this other video that I watched talking about Christianity and atheism and evolution, and how there are Christians that believe in evolution, but I think that that's worse, honestly, than young earth creationists, if you ask me. Because if there is, like, let's say that we live in a world where God exists and evolution it also exists. Like, and we're talking about like the Christian God.
Mhm.
So at some point, an animal was born that was human, and it had a soul, and it was capable of being evil and capable of being good, and its soul was able to go to heaven, and its parents weren't. Its mother, who has the exact same lifestyle, is the same creature, doesn't have a soul, but the child does. And like, where do you draw that line? And it just, I don't know, it just gave me a lot of stuff to think about, that because like I deconstructed away from Christianity, and while I don't
Mhm.
think it's necessarily completely incompatible with evolution, you could probably talk about it and like make like about apologetics and
Yeah.
presuppositions. I think that like it's so important to look at the facts, what it says about us as the human animal and our relationship to the rest of the planet, and then calls into question things like this idea of human superiority and our responsibility to the planet, but also that, again, we think that progress means better, and that can, get messy in terms of racism, in terms of what we were just talking about with Star Trek. And I don't know, it just really kind of like thinking about things in that way has really kind of opened my eyes, where it's like, now I know they're wild animals, don't get me wrong, but I look at like something like a monkey and I'm like, that's just a fucking guy. That's just a dude. That's just a guy right there. Yeah. And we treat them like crap. Why do we do that? Why do we treat each other like crap? And I just think that like people put this like big divider between STEM and the humanities, and I think doing that does a big disservice to both, because I think they can inform each other.
There's so much connective tissue,
Mm-hmm.
especially with critical thinking. When you were talking about critical thinking at the opening of this stream, that's something that I remember being in high school and just being really annoyed at having to go to English class, because I'm not a,
Mm-hmm.
I'm much happier going to math. I'm much happier going to my, one of my science classes and everything else like that. But English, Ethan Frome, I still to this day, I couldn't stand reading Ethan Frome. I'm not sure if that was required reading elsewhere, but in New York State, for some reason, that we had a certain set of books you had to read. Ethan Frome was one of them, and I can remember being upset with it, because it's like, oh, this isn't worth my time. But then later on, looking at how critical thinking is used across the board whenever you want to analyze something and understand it or apply it, and that's the goal of literature, or analyzing literature. That's the goal of these English classes and such. And it didn't translate to me. I don't think it translates to most kids today either, and probably not even in college does that translate. I don't think I didn't take a single kind of literature course and so on in college, because that was exactly it. I was interested in the sciences, and that's what I focused on. But there is so much of this connective tissue that kind of gets left by the wayside.
Yep. Well, again, I'm sorry to keep on going back to this and to be super autistic about young Earth creationism and atheism and evolution, but why is this a story that they tell? And that's an important question, I think, for any story. So if you start asking that question when you're young, when you get older, and again, especially now when like public education is at such a risk and they're teaching young Earth creationism in fucking public schools, which is insane to me. I mean, like, I was also taught young Earth creationism in public school, but it was like, oh, that's a theory, and like I hated that. But like that was also like 2 or 3 decades ago. So but, or I guess 2 decades ago. And the fact that we're getting worse and sliding back into it. Okay, so why do they keep telling us this story? Why does Ken Ham keep pushing for this story? And that like you can't be like a scientific Christian. You have to teach, you have to push young Earth creationism. We're losing them. And the reason that he does that is because if you teach kids, oh yeah, you can believe in God if you want, but evolution is real, then they get back to that question that I was talking about. Okay, so what was that separating line between a monkey and a human? And I know that humans are monkeys. Get off my ass about it. I know it's a nesting hierarchy. Yeah. Well, they're also monkeys. They're catarrhine monkeys. But anyway.
Well, yes. Okay. All right.
Like, what separates when did a human become a human? And when like you do more and more research, the answer is like, we made that up. Species don't actually exist. That's a human concept, and there's nothing that actually separates the first human from its predecessor. They're the same. Speciesation is very complicated. We consider like a Yorkshire Terrier and a German Shepherd different animals, not in different animals. They look the same animal. They look completely different, yet we consider a rat and a mouse completely different, even though they're quite related. but it comes down to human perception ultimately. And there is some scientific, there's some like genetic drift and families, and like there is scientific explanations, but like realizing that science is still a human construct. It's how we perceive the world, and it's a method to how we perceive the world is so important. And if you have that person asking that question of, okay, but like what makes a human, then the whole Christian worldview is like there's like a domino effect coming after that, and it brings people away from the church and out of their control, and no longer giving them money, no longer funding their lobbies, and it's all about power ultimately. That's why they tell you that story. That's why they tell you that story of young Earth creationism. It's to keep control. Because if you let go and you let people start asking questions, it's a lot harder to manipulate them. And again, just saying for any Christians in the audience, I'm not saying it's fully incompatible. I think a lot of modern Christians think that, like, I'm talking about a very specific kind of scientific Christian. And while I am an atheist, I still think that you can be a scientist and an atheist at the same time. Not incompatible. I'm talking about a very specific kind of person. Linnaeus, for example, had some issues with how he classified.
Yes.
Yeah. But, it's a very specific kind of person. I'm not saying that if you're Christian, you believe in evolution, you're stupid. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it's okay to ask those questions. You should be able to ask those questions. And there is a vested interest in a lot of people like Ken Ham keeping you from asking those questions. You should always interrogate why. And I think, ultimately, I think that's what concerns me the most about this kind of thinking, is because it leads to stuff like this.
The societal implications, yes, that's 100%.
Yeah.
The concern. What you mentioned also paralleled the way I felt as I was moving away from the church. I grew up Catholic, and basically I had adopted the God of the gaps approach. I'm not sure. Okay, so just the areas that we haven't been able to answer just yet, like why did the Big Bang happen?
God did it.
Yeah, God did it. Okay, and because we figured out why other things happen, why the sun rises, why there are plagues and everything else. And what I have settled on in my life is that I can recognize that you're going to have people with various different beliefs, and everyone's entitled to them. But when I'm asked as a scientist, well, can you prove God doesn't exist and so on? And the answer is, well, no, I can't, because that's not really a hypothesis that science can test, because it's where this science is not the framework for answering this kind of question that is unanswerable in its very nature.
Yeah,
because that's what we do. We ask questions and we come up with answers and test those answers, and we can't test any of this, so it's a non-starter. It's like dividing by zero. So that's how I escape at least from answering the question.
I think, well, the concern of most atheists isn't that you think God exists, it's how you're using that. Like, what are you doing with that? Like you're saying that you can't have a blood transfusion because your God says that you can't, if you're a Jehovah's Witness, for example. And it kills people. But that was something that was said, that's a doctrine in Jehovah's Witnesses, because they don't want Jehovah's Witnesses to rely on modern science and perhaps hear an opinion that could go against their doctrine. They want them to be isolated, and they want to make money off of them. Jehovah's Witness has a huge financial scheme, but ultimately, like, okay, so yeah, you have to count, why are they saying this? I don't care that you believe in God. I care if you use your belief in God to either hurt people or try to try to devalue scientific ideology and things that are real. Like if we know something is real and you use your god to dismantle that, like just because you don't like how it sounds, that's a problem to me.
Well, it comes back to the critical thinking skills and conspiracy theorists and the pseudo intellectualism that you mentioned
Yeah.
earlier. You trying to use that to you know debunk science in general, debunk evolution because it was a conspiracy to take people away from God, and that's a problem because you should ask yourself those questions, just like with the little hippo there or house hippo. That all scientists, like all scientists are covering up this whole idea that the Earth is flat, or there's no evolution, or we didn't go to the moon, or whatever other thing is, because all those things are gateways to, if you see through those conspiracies, for what they are, they're gateways to asking harder questions that the church can't answer, and uh, because you're using critical thinking now, and being a healthy level of skeptic, uh, when approaching the world, if you can, you know, see through those conspiracies, or the conspiracy theories, I should say,
Yeah.
not that they are real
Yeah.
conspiracies.
Yeah. Going back to Star Trek, so that last thing that I mentioned, the warp drive stuff.
Hmm.
Very
Their
simple answer.
environmental message.
Yeah, it's an environmental message. Because at that time we were ripping holes into the ozone layer. That's not so
Mhm.
much a concern anymore. It's healed. We have other environmental concerns now.
Mhm.
So we're shifting focus to more, but it's no longer something important. Now, if you craft a narrative that's like, oh, well, Starfleet is deliberately trying, like I've seen so many stupid theories about this, like, oh, they don't care anymore. They're deliberately trying to rip it apart. Uh, Yada, yada, yada. It's like, maybe it's just not a relevant point of interest anymore. Maybe like that's not something that they're wanting to talk about, because ultimately Star Trek is a story and they're gonna tell stories about the things that they want to talk about. Um, Maybe you could just take that message of, hey, sacrificing a little bit of convenience so that we don't destroy the world we live in. Maybe you should just think about that instead of like, wait a minute, how come in this episode they go in warp 9 even though it's dangerous? Like, who fucking cares? Like, that's not what the point of that. They're not going in warp 9 to make any sort of commentary on the previous episode. It's
Mhm.
that they're just going warp 9. Warp 9 doesn't exist. Relax.
Yeah. I think this also relates back to, again, how fandoms and because this might be this might be something fandom came up with. It might be in universe. I don't know. But what I do remember hearing, at least, is that the reasoning, in universe reasoning, for why they can just ignore the warp 5 limitation, which
Yeah,
they
warp.
only mentioned
Yeah.
like once or twice. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to go above warp 5. That was the whole idea. But for like
Unless
two
it's an
episodes of the next generation.
emergency. Yeah.
Yeah. But the whole reason why that was okay is because the new warp engines that were made for Voyager and other things, uh, they were made so that way they don't, rip apart the space-time continuum,
Yeah.
which is hand wavy, and I'm not sure if that was actually part of the like
I think
canon
it was
thing, or if
from
it was
Voyager. Yeah.
okay. Something about the engines moving up and down. I don't know what the
Yeah, they
idea
were
was,
just,
but
yeah, but to see, the thing is that also is consistent with the message it was trying to say.
yes,
They
the
made,
technology fixes the problems.
yeah, exactly. It's that, like,
Yeah.
okay, so instead of just doing it out of convenience because that's what we have, there are ways that we can still have that. We just have to,
Yeah.
like, we can still have like packaging, like we can still
Mm-hmm.
send people packages. We just might have to come up with biodegradable options or recycle those things, or like ship them by a different method so that
Yeah.
so that it doesn't have as much of an impact. Like, there are ways for us as a human species to find those solutions that we want. We just have to work harder at them. If something stops working, we can't keep doing it just because it's convenient. We always have to try to make ourselves better. And I think, again,
Yes.
that kind of plays into the thing I was talking about earlier with Picard.
Yeah, that was exactly where I wanted to go with it. That it was, you know, we just got to rely on progress, technological progress, to fix our problems, and not really think about, what we could do right now to address the problems
Mm-hmm.
or why the problems exist. Uh,
Yep.
so yeah, that's exactly it. And again, the Picard thing, I I really do have to go back and rewatch it now because this
Okay.
perspective is really a really eye-opening. At least, I respect your opinion on things of this nature and in general. So it's an interesting way for me to re-look at reanalyze that
Yeah.
series.
I don't think it's as hopeless as I don't think it's as hopeless as we assume. It's just
Yeah.
I think it's just changed scope.
Hmm.
I still think still think that core message, if we can be good, it's just, yeah, it just feels like we've sped up the clock so much as a species that,
Yes.
I think it's scary sometimes.
Hmm. It does feel like we're racing to our own doom. Not to be a doomer, but it does feel that way, either societally or, you know, climate wise and so on. And I suppose that
I
kind of cautionary messaging is more valuable today than simply hoping for the best.
Yeah, I truly believe that we're going to be okay. I really, really do think that. I think that the people that want to do good and want humanity to be better, I think they're going to win. I think that it's going to be hard, but I think that we'll persevere. And I think that's kind of where Star Trek is right now. And I really respect it for that. I love those kind of stories of like, hey, things are rough right now and we have to deal with the consequences of our actions, but it's going to be okay. And we're going to get through this.
Well, I hope that's the case too. I, I'm I I'm just I get maybe I'm just more pessimistic. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a pessimist who tries to be optimistic.
Yeah. It's, again, you got to try every day. I think
Yeah.
being an optimist, especially, if you're a scientist or you're someone that likes looking into that kind of thing. It's hard work, but I think we got to keep holding on there, bud.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
And I think you're probably more hopeful than you give yourself credit for. You're a teacher, for crying out loud, and there's no profession, I think, that is more, based on hope for the future than teaching.
And I see it every day, especially when I see students go off and do great things.
Yep.
That actually keeps me going. That's
Yep.
you're absolutely right. That is the main thing where I feel hope for the future, is seeing the next generation of scientists come up and do amazing things, or the next generation of medical doctors and so on. The people that I get to teach, and I get to be part of that because
Yep. It's
I know that my teachers, my professors, the people who've influenced me, my mentors, are part of me today, and I'll
Yep.
be part of them in the future. So yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
Seeing those, yeah, and like I, not to the same level as you are, but like, I work with kids too, and I've seen
Hmm.
some people, and it's like you're gonna do amazing things, and I think it's
Yeah.
one of the most rewarding and incredible experiences to have, is to work with a young person that
Yeah.
you may never speak or see again, but that they're going to do something amazing, and they're going to have an
Hmm.
amazing life, and they're going to leave their mark on the world in a great way. And I think we need to, put our mind to those people, when we think
100%.
about the future.
Hmm.
Um,
Absolutely.
anyway, sorry to get
Yeah.
emotional,
Yeah.
chat. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about, Space Frog?
No. I'm looking at my list, my notes, and I think I've covered everything I wanted to cover. Um, uh, yeah, I'm good. Thank you for this talk.
All right, thank you so much for coming
This has been
on,
great.
and you have a great night.
Oh,
Oh, is there anything?
let me
Is there
plug.
anything you wanted to plug? Yeah.
I want to plug something. The Crimson Community Minecraft server. Please join.
Yeah, you can.
I'm
Yeah, he's Space Frog's very active on it. To join, you just need to be either um a basic level member of the Discord server for at least 3 months, or if you can't wait that long, if you really want to play Minecraft with me and all my buds, if you're a Demon Lord level Patreon, you can get access right away.
Do it. Definitely do it. Come on. It's good. And if you need any frog related stuff, you know who to call.
All right. You have a great one.
All right. Thanks a lot. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. That was awesome. I'm going to go back and read a few super chats that I missed while we were yapping. Paige Ego, thank you for the super chat. Fans, or sailors and fans loving ships. Absolutely. Hizaki Kentai, thank you for the super chat. Space Frog and Paige on the stream. Peak. All right. Getting emotional. Whoopsie. Did I do that?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hi, loud and clear. How you doing? You want to introduce yourself?
Doing good. I am Paige. I show up in the chat occasionally. I've chatted with Krim. I think by now I can safely say that we're friends, and
I would say.
I would say. And I was thinking on a couple different things. I could either kind of continue this discussion that you and Space Org are having in kind of the medical scientific field and the meta narrative surrounding those, or it could go more back into the fandom route. I was trying to take a little bit of notes of things that I thought would be interesting to say.
Oh yeah, we can go whatever direction that you want to.
Oh goodness.
I'm sorry.
How dare you make me decide things with my own
tool.
The thing is
that I think they inform each other is the thing. So I'm sure if we start with one, the other will come up.
Mm-hmm.
But why don't can you tell a little bit about yourself, actually, because you have like a background in science as well.
So, yeah, for those who don't know, I am a pharmacist. I've been one for about 2 years. I graduated in 2024. I've been working with nursing homes is the main thing that I do. So I know a thing or two about science, and I care a lot about communication and education surrounding science and the narratives that go into interacting with the public, interacting just with your fellow man, and the assumptions that you bring into these kind of be it your stories or be it your surrounding information around medications or any kind of bit of science.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that the way that we talk about medication and vaccines has really been impacted by stories that people tell about those things.
And it's very easy to kind of fall into the trap of thinking like we are getting into this a neutral set. It is just data. It is just observing the world, but like we are observing it through our flawed human senses, through all of our learning, our education, our experience, and those color the way that we see the world. Those color the things we prioritize and how we choose to present them.
Yep.
And early on in the intro section, I'm struggling to remember exactly how you brought it up, having to do with conspiracy theories and misinformation surrounding around those. I have a lot of feelings about those.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's kind of two parts of that. And I think the first part is that we told a lot of stories about, oh, I took this medication and it turned me into a zombie, like stuff that was honestly supposed to be for fun, but like it is this fear of progress and science and big pharma. And I think there's another side to it of like this idea of purity. And I think that both those kinds of stories of like, I'm so strong and pure that I don't, all I I only eat sunlight and morning dew, and I'm the most beautiful, epic person to ever exist. That person that is somehow admirable to be pure in that way, when the fact of the matter is that everything is chemicals. You drink hydrogen dioxide every day, and it's like the best thing you can do for yourself. And calling it words like that sounds scary, but like, again, that's just a human perspective, a construct that we've applied to it.
No, you can't separate these things from the marketing that surrounds them. And even without the big coercive effect of capitalism, there's still just humans that want to, in whatever small ways it can, kind of exert power that they have over each other. And
I have a
you go ahead.
I have a very specific thing that I want to talk about, actually. And
Go for it.
If I don't know how much you know about it, but I know you're a pharmacist, so I'm sure that you've had to deal with it. Can we talk about Ozempic for a second?
Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up.
Because the thing is that, I mean, I think we all know here, fat phobia bad.
Fat phobia, very bad. Surprisingly controversial opinion, you would find.
Yeah. And the fact of the matter is that as a society, like capital has more to gain from you if you are insecure in yourself. And
absolutely.
Ozempic was originally intended to be a diabetes medication, if I'm correct, right?
That is still its primary function.
But it is now being used for weight loss. And look, I'm somewhat of a fat ass myself, but the thing is that it is better for me to be the weight I am than to take something like Ozempic and put myself at risk. I would be in more risk if I did that. Yes, I'd be smaller, probably. I'm not sure how effective it is. I'm not interested in going on Ozempic. I'm pretty comfortable in my body despite being chunky. I care most about being able to move comfortably through the world. The thing that, like, I hate most about my weight, there's two things. I hate sitting on airplanes. And I hate buying clothes. But that's like not bad things. Like, that's not things that are like morally negative, and they're not even really things that impact my health. My weight doesn't really impact my health. I get out, I go outside, I go for walks. I'm kind of slipping. I found that becoming a YouTuber, I am kind of slipping a little bit into not being as active as I once was. And I, living in the middle of the city kind of hurts that too. But
like,
I try to get out there every day, and those things are healthy, and what I eat is healthy. It's not about my weights. Weight in and of itself isn't what makes you unhealthy, unless it's to the point that it's putting strain on your body, and I'm not that. That's not something I'm having to experience. So there's nothing, like, taking Ozempic would not fix any of my problems. It would just make me smaller. But
it would likely give you new problems and cost.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know what it costs in Canada, but there are so many of my patients that they get like a coupon or something for starting Ozempic when maybe they could benefit from it, but then they'll have like a coupon for 1 month, and then they'll have to pay at least $1,000 for a pen, which lasts about a month, and have to keep doing this thing. And again, some of those patients could benefit from them. And if they want to take it in an informed manner, understand what they're taking, why, what to expect, I am all for that. However. Yeah. No, you go ahead.
There's also, like, and this is something that matters to me a lot, is nutrition and, like, recreation and being physically active. This is, part of what I want to go to school to. And it's something that I've gotten a lot of on-the-job training with. It is... Okay, so if you are someone with high cholesterol and, like, all of these problems, taking something that makes you physically smaller is not going to make your cholesterol lower. You know, if you're
Exactly.
still eating unhealthy every day, it doesn't matter if you're 90 pounds, 150 pounds, 300 pounds, or 500 pounds. It still presents the same risk if you are eating like that all the time. If you are not physically active and you eat garbage, you're going to be unhealthy. If you eat healthy and you're as physically active as you can be, you know, taking into account accessibility and like your own strength, you know, a fat person that's eating right and moving their body around is healthier than a skinny person that's eating garbage and sitting on their ass all day. We associate being fat with all of those other things because of a sort of propaganda, that this lie that we tell ourselves. You can't know by looking at me what my hobbies are. You don't know that I walk a certain amount of kilometers a day, and when it's the summertime, I'm outside the entire summer working, like doing hard labor. You can't know that by looking at me because I'm fat. I'm a little fat ass, but it doesn't stop me, and I try to be as healthy as possible. So
And it really just gets so in the way of like the actual messages, what actually makes for good health and stuff. Because I've adopted saying that like just eating, like making sure you get your protein, your veggies, all that stuff, and getting regular exercise, those are objective good things for you regardless of if you lose weight or not. If you lose weight and you want to, awesome. If you don't, awesome. You're getting in the nutrients, your exercise, you're strengthening yourself. That's what we need to focus on. But the narrative has been so warped by just decades of shame and frustration, where it's like if you are not the exact size that you're supposed to be, and even sometimes when you are the exact size, you're not allowed to be happy unless you are suffering to make sure that you're getting smaller.
Yeah, exactly. Like that, like I did honestly used to have a huge problem with my health, and it's because I hated how I looked, and I felt like it's not worth it eating healthy because I'm like this ugly sack of shit. So what's even the point in taking care of myself?
Yeah.
But when it's like, okay, wait a minute, I'm not doing anything wrong by being fat. It literally affects nobody else. Also, I feel better when I eat things like carrots and like spinach and like yogurt and nuts and, you know, healthy protein. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I like a good hamburger, but if I ate hamburgers every day, I'd feel like shit. It's not good for you and it doesn't make you feel good. So stop punishing yourself by eating things that are garbage because you don't think you're worth taking care of. And
exactly.
Then they come out with like this little injection or this pill that it's like, hey, this will fix you. And
like
you don't have to change anything about yourself. You could just take this pill and you don't have to put in the effort of taking care of yourself. And
exactly,
because you'll be skinny and that's what matters, right?
Yep, that's what matters. Never mind the fact that the effects will wear off whenever you have to, if you ever have to go off of it, and if you don't actually do the proper planning, proper hydration, which so many patients, they will take their drug and they won't eat all day because that's how the drug works. And then they'll eat way in the beginning of the night whenever it starts to finally wear off, and they'll feel absolutely horrible, and they'll just assume that everything just didn't work. When like some of them, they probably could benefit had they been properly educated on all the little things that kind of go into that. And some of them, they wouldn't have benefited and they shouldn't have been recommended in the beginning. And like, I will kind of go to bat for the drug in that it's way safer than our earlier weight loss drugs, and that it probably is not going to give you a stroke or a heart attack most of the time compared to a lot of our crazier early stuff. Yeah. But still, it is still injecting a hormone into yourself at least every week, if not more frequently, depending on the version that you get. And that, again, I'm all for taking medication in an informed risk, understanding what you're getting into, what to expect, and who to contact. But so often it has turned from it's anywhere from just like lose a little bit of baby fat for the wedding to this will turn your life around to this is something that will probably help your diabetes and will help your heart. And like, it's like one of those messages has science and empathy behind it, and the others are trying to make sure that you feel bad about yourself and that you are doing everything you can to suffer before you're allowed to feel good.
Exactly.
Like
Yeah.
like as a resident fatty too, because like I like had such a better time realizing like I don't have to wait until I'm skinny to feel good to feel like I'm beautiful. I can already do that, and that actually made it so much easier to get into proper exercise
Exactly.
and putting in the effort into making healthier foods that I enjoyed, that I liked eating.
Yeah, that's again, like it was so much easier for me to get into shape after I stopped punishing myself for being out of shape,
Hmm.
you know?
Yeah.
Um like this whole idea that like oh fat people are losers and they do this to themselves and yada yada yada, and it's like makes you feel so bad, but nobody stops to say it's like, hey, it's good. Hey, eating like a bag of carrot sticks today is a good thing, regardless of if you're 90 pounds or
Hmm.
300 pounds. You should do that because it's good for you. And like fueling your body and developing a better relationship with food is good. Okay. So this is actually very poignant because um so working with kids, after school program, there's some academic, there's like an academic aspect to it where we learn about scientific stuff. And one thing that like they had like this worksheet printed off, and it was talking about good food versus bad food.
Yeah, and that's the wrong way to think about it.
And I pushed back against this. It's like, don't.
Hmm.
It's all food is good food. It just serves different purposes, you know? Carrots
And that's
and
how you, yeah.
carrots and
That,
spinach and like healthy
that,
protein and stuff. You know, it makes you, it fuels your body, helps you grow, makes you stronger, makes you have good poops. You know, like there's so many good reasons to eat them. But there's, you know, I want to have my like Dairy Queen once or twice a month because I like ice cream and I like chicken and it tastes good and it makes me happy. Am I gonna eat it every single day? No. No, I'd feel like garbage. But like, you know, it's I just need to understand what those things are doing for me. I need to understand that
hmm.
some food feeds my soul, so to speak, and some food feeds my body. And it's always better to eat a slice of cake than eat nothing. Um,
Exactly.
you know, I don't think
Kind
you
of
should go
like
for the cake
in a,
every single time, but if there's nothing to eat except a slice of cake in the fridge, eat the fucking slice of cake. It's not good to
yeah,
starve yourself.
no, never. And kind of like in a similar vein, but kind of on the opposite spectrum is how you end up like with some of the health scams of like, oh, if you're not eating,
This
if you're not having
XYZ
chia
superfood.
seeds
Oh
or yeah,
god.
whatever health food it is right now, fill out your bingo cards. You are going to be unhealthy. And it's like that has some vitamins that you need and some that you don't. If you like to eat it, eat it. It is not some, there's no magic formula that will magically make you healthy. We are the ultimate omnivores. You need a little bit of everything.
Yep. Exactly. We can, yeah, absolutely. Now, obviously some food is better for you than others.
Hmm.
And
Yes.
there are strategies that you, if you're a picky eater, there are strategies you can use, you know. And like those strategies that are made by people with empathy towards people that struggle with their weight. Again, that's another question that you have to ask yourself is like,
Yes. Yes.
why are people telling you this? So Adam Wright Fitness is one of my favorite YouTubers. He's like a health YouTuber. He used to be overweight and he works with people that struggle with their weight loss and like eating disorders and stuff. And one of the things that I learned from him, it's like, hey, you can have an Oreo after dinner if you want, or you can have a couple Oreos after dinner if you want. But like, if you go for the Oreo, before you eat anything else, you're going to eat a whole sleeve. If you
Yup.
have some chicken, some salad, maybe a little bit of potatoes or rice, and you eat that, and you're like, oh my god, I still want an Oreo. Once you go to eat those Oreos, you're only going to have one or two because you're already full. And that way you
Mhm.
get to eat the thing that makes you happy. You don't feel guilty, but you filled yourself up on food that nourishes your body. And thinking about, okay, so why does he keeps telling me to eat, a handful of spinach and carrots before I go for the Oreo? Is he trying to sell me something? And it's like, yes, he's a personal trainer, but also not every
Mhm.
single person that he reaches on YouTube is going to be a client. Oh, he has a background, he struggled with an eating disorder too, and he doesn't want other people to feel that way. He's coming at this from a place of
Yeah.
empathy. Whereas people that are trying to sell me Ozempic are trying to make money off of me. And
Mhm.
I'm not saying that somebody like Adam Wright doesn't financially benefit from being a empathetic fitness trainer on YouTube. I'm sure he makes a lot of money doing that. But ultimately, I think it's obvious that he's coming from a place of empathy and
Yeah.
understanding and experience and honesty. And I think, it's important to think about that.
Mhm. No, and yeah, coming from the place of like, I understand how it feels to not like your body or to want to change it, or just
Yeah.
food is a struggle. Like, there's so much emotions when it comes to food and when it comes to your body. Like, especially for AFAB, like my mom, bless her sweetheart, there is so much fucking emotions when it comes to the weight loss stuff. I'm closing that suitcase immediately. I'm not ready to unpack all that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that like trans people in general struggle with their bodies, so
Mhm.
it's not just like AFAB people. I think it's like,
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
yeah, and I think and now we're discovering that men are like, they suffer with eating disorders and at a similar rate as women. So
Mhm.
like, it's in different ways. So
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
I definitely appreciate that there is a very unique struggle with people that are perceived as women because, at the end of the day, there's an objectification, and if you're not objectively like attractive, then what's even the purpose? If you can't be
Mhm.
attractive and, have babies, then you're a failure. Um I think that there are aspects of that across genders, but there's definitely a
Yeah,
unique sort of way that women and people that are perceived as women are impacted by
and
that.
yeah, and chat, like, I am a cisgender woman. I'm just trying to stay within my lane because, like,
Yeah.
I want to. Most of my understanding for trans and masc and everyone is coming from observation and learning from them, but I never want to speak over. So,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just trying to like inform my lens.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. You're coming at it from a certain perspective. That's okay. I'm just making sure we dot our I's and we cross our T's, just
Exactly,
so that
exactly.
nobody in chat feels left out. Anyhow. Um,
I'm trying to think if there's any unturned stones for this
you
topic.
had you had some notes, you said.
I do. Um,
If you want to shift to talk about something else from your notes, we can absolutely do that.
Certainly, I feel like a lot of these have already kind of been touched on by other folks, but I guess there is one that I would want to talk about that, like, we all give a lot of grief to the power scaling community, and I want to kind of show its parallel in what I think is the healthier version, which is crossover fanfics.
Yeah, I mean, like, I
Which
think that
those,
there's, well,
yeah,
that's what power scaling is. It's a crossover fanfic, but it's
hmm,
trying to strip it of those things that make it cringe, you know?
yeah. No, it's trying to act as if I'm not smashing my dolls together and thinking of how they would be fun to uh, how it'd be fun to see how they interact. It's a I have figured out the way to make sure I can enjoy my media and scratch my brain without putting any vulnerability of myself and showing that I like this thing. It is entirely objective.
Yeah.
Whereas,
Yeah.
like, I cut my teeth on crossover fan fiction early on. Like I had a really big one doing a Full Metal Alchemist and Soul Eater crossover because I just thought the worlds had a lot of similar DNA, and it was really fun to play with those ideas and seeing the themes that came up by kind of brushing these similar characters that are similar but different, and seeing just the fun, interesting scenarios I could get from the like putting the Elric brothers into the world of Soul Eater.
Yep. Yeah, and like you don't need Soul and Ed to fight. I mean, like, what is? I mean, it could be cool, I guess, but like you can just say that you think it would be cool if they would fight, and you like watching action scenes. You could just say that. That's fine if you just think it would be cool. But again, at the end of the day, who would win? Whoever the writer wants to win.
Exactly. No, I'm like at least in my fix, I was always having them either go against the bad guys because I didn't want them to fight each other. I wanted them to team up.
Yeah.
I wanted to see how they would work on this threat together.
Yeah, see, Goku and Superman, they wouldn't fight. They would, have a heart-to-heart about what it's like being an alien on Earth, I think. And then they would talk about how they relates to the rest of humanity, how they often feel like they have to hold themselves back so that they don't hurt other people. Like I think that's what would happen if Goku and Superman met up, but also Goku and Superman don't exist, so like,
yeah.
like of course that's what would happen if I wrote that story. But if somebody really wants to see Superman and Goku fight, then they could just write a story about that. You could do whatever you want. And like this being allergic to calling it fan fiction, I think is hurting you more. Just write your story. You don't have to argue about it. Just write it.
Yeah.
It's okay. You could just do that. It's free.
Like,
it doesn't cost a cent.
It's fine to admit that you're having fun, and it makes you. And the ultimate reason you're doing is because it makes you happy. It makes you smile to think of these scenarios.
Yeah, and I think that like shifting this whole like it makes me happy to like, well, it's correct. I'm right. Like, yeah, I think it's better to be happy than correct in this matter of speaking, especially when like there is no objective correct answer because it's fiction. Again, like who cares? I mean, I guess you care, but like it doesn't really matter ultimately. Just have fun.
Well, it's kind of funny on the who cares because like viewing it as the power scaling is trying to say like, no, I don't care. Actually, I can't be hurt if you think I'm cringe because I don't actually care. When it's like sometimes it does kind of hurt my feelings if like something that I care about, like people make fun of me for it because like I do care about it. I am passionate about it. But like if you do it from a theory crafting power scale, remove yourself from the narrative, ironically, from the thematic weight, you're protecting yourself rather than being intellectually and emotionally honest.
Yeah. Yeah. Excuse me.
You're fine. Like I think that is a very interesting dichotomy of, and like you see like on YouTube, the power scaling, all that stuff, those I'm sure they are having fun, but those are ultimately they are money-making ventures. Whereas fanfic, fan comics, that is a ton of time and effort that you do for the love of it, for the joy of it.
Yeah. Yeah, and like look, like there's somebody in my Discord server that's really into power scaling, and to that person, fuck you, but no. No, I'm not calling them out specifically. They seem to have like a pretty fun time doing it. I just think that like at the end of the day, if you get to the end of your little video and it's like, yep, and this is why this character would objectively beat this character, you're wrong because there is no objective answer. You just made that up, as much as I made up, hey, like, you know what, Goku and Superman went out to get coffee, and Superman really finally found somebody where he could be honest. It's like, you know what, I always have to hold myself back because I'm afraid that I'll break anybody that I touch, and he got closure from that. That's as real as you saying that Goku would beat Superman. It's the same amount of real. and that we both made it up, and we're playing pretend and smashing our dolls together, and that's okay. It's because it's fun.
And like genuinely, if you approach the power scaling and you ultimately act the same as those videos, but you're having fun and you're being honest with yourself, more power to you. It's ultimately the dishonesty and the fear of being vulnerable that I take umbrage with. Whereas I feel like in stories and narratives, if you're not willing to let yourself kind of be vulnerable, if you're not willing to let a story affect you, then why are you engaging?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, it comes back to that sort of bullying aspect, I think, that Madeline brought up earlier, where there's so many people that, there's so many people, sorry, just a second. There's so many people that I think that, like, it's not so much that they think bullying is wrong, it's that they wanted to be in the bully's shoes, and they think it's not fair that they think it's not fair that they didn't get to be in that position.
Yeah.
Because they think they deserve it because they're smarter, and they're not a stupid like jock or whatever, and it's not fair that this person
like, how dare you not feel shame when when I didn't have it?
Yeah, like, it's like, well, you know, because it goes back into something that I tell people. It's like, if you have kids, do not tell them that they're better than everybody else, because it causes so many problems. If your response to a kid getting bullied is like, okay, well, don't worry about what they said because you're better than them, then they'll grow up believing that, and they'll become this kind of person. They'll become the kind of person that thinks that they have the right to dominate and bully and degrade people, and that the reason that they are able to socially dominate, it's not because it's wrong to do that, it's because, you know, people are being unfair to you. You're better than them. You are the one that deserves to be on top, when it's like, maybe this social hierarchy thing is bullshit.
Yes. Now, acting as if the bullying is wrong because, like, you didn't deserve to be bullied because you're great. No, it's because you didn't deserve to be bullied, because that's a mean fucking thing to do, and no one deserves to just feel miserable for no reason.
I'm watching this show, and I have mixed feelings upon it. It's called The Mysterious Benedict Society. It's based off of a children's book. I think it's either a series or just one book. And, you know, I was kind of curious. And it's very much like, oh, you are special and only you can save us. And I don't know how I feel about that sort of messaging, the whole chosen one thing. It's like, you are the, you know, like, everybody else is stupid, only you know the truth. You know, I have a lot of problems with that kind of story. I think, again, it goes into the whole, oh, you're better than other people, which can cause further alienation. But I also think it plays into, okay, of course you're the only one that believes in this conspiracy, because everybody else is too stupid to see what you see. And I think the reason that these stories are so successful is because it really appeals to kids that think that they're smarter than everybody else, but aren't, you know, maybe are kind of shy or awkward and can't socially dominate. It gives them this idea that they are in fact better than their peers, so they don't have to put effort into socializing with them, because they're destined for something amazing, and just by virtue of being who they are, and, you know, they don't actually have to put any effort into it, because they're just better by virtue of being them. And I think that makes a lot of money, that kind of story. So I mean, if you want to ask why do people keep telling me telling that story, it's because Harry Potter made fucking billions. That's why.
True. No, it's a very easy and simple narrative for why you for if you feel isolated, if you feel like you're being mistreated, then it's like, well, those guys are just fucking losers because you're amazing and you deserve to actually be the one kicking the sand, instead of the harder narrative of, like, sometimes people are just fucking dicks and no one intervened, and that sucks, and you didn't deserve that.
Now that's true, That's absolutely true. But I'm going to posit you a situation.
Yes.
This person walks up to you and it's like, hey, and you're like, oh, this fucking jock, this fucking idiot, this fucking prep. And it's very, because you are a child, it's written all over your face that you are looking at them with disdain. And they're like, hey, what's up? And you're just like, nothing, I'm just eating. And suddenly you're being hostile. You might not realize it. You're not being intentional. But again, because you're a child or a teenager, you're not going to be able to hide that you are feeling disdain towards this one person. And so you're going to show that. And like a teenager being a teenager, if you speak to them like that, they're going to be like, okay, well, fuck you. And they're going to start treating you like shit. I'm not saying it's the fault of nerds or dorks that they get teased, but I think it's important to be like, okay, so why doesn't anybody like me? Is it anything that I'm doing? And the thing is that I would say probably a good 70% of the time is you're contributing to it. If somebody comes up to you,
whether you like it or not,
you're
giving out signals.
Yeah. If somebody comes up to you and starts talking to you, and your presumption is that they're a bully and you get picked on and you're an outcast, why are you assuming that? Why, what something that I would say might be a good idea. Now, don't do this if you already have like a past as like you're an asshole to everybody around you. This might not work. But if somebody comes up to you and it's like, hey, and your assumption is that this person's going to be mean to me, kind of try to let go of that assumption and be like, oh, hi, how are you? Because I can tell you, it's just a fact of human psychology. If you take an interest in somebody and who they are and what they like and how they're doing, they're going to like you better. That's just the way that human brains. If you start asking this guy or this woman or this girl or this kid or this little whatever, hi, my name is Krim. What's up? How you doing? Like, how was your day? What did you think? Like, did you watch this show? Oh, you don't watch this show. Well, what did you do this weekend then? And if you get them talking about themselves, it's so much harder for that person to dislike you. If you get them talking about, and I'm not trying to say this to be manipulative. That's just how people make bonds, is that they share things with each other.
It shows that you care.
But if somebody asks you how you're doing and you're like, I don't know, and you don't ask the question back because you are trying to get out of that conversation as quickly as possible because you assume this person is going to be mean to you, they're more likely to be mean to you because they're going to treat you the way that you're asking them to treat you.
Exactly.
This isn't going to dissuade like a determined bully who really just wants to fuck your day up. But I think for those interactions where you're just like, ugh, nobody understands me. Stop being so determined for other people to understand you and try to understand them.
Exactly. Now, for all my autistic homies in the chat, which is all the autistic homies, like, get people to info dump to you. They will always be happy with it, and you will learn something new, and you'll make their day. You'll make them feel like they are important.
Yeah, I think that's, again, I'm saying this because as an autistic person, this is something that I have to put conscious effort to. Because sometimes people ask me, hey, Krim, what's up? How you doing? And I'll just answer. And usually, and you know, I don't assume people are being mean anymore, but I'm like, oh yeah, I'm fine. But then I won't ask them how they're doing. And it's like, well, and then like people might say, it's like, okay, but like you're not necessarily like, that's just an exchange. Like, we all know it's just an exchange. It's just a nicety. Push a little further, like actually try to talk to somebody about something, because that's what small talk is doing. It's just jabbering until you find a topic. That's the point of small talk, is it's just, you're sort of like going through this Rolodex until you find that one thing that can kind of spiral out into an actual conversation. That's the intention of it. So if you don't like, if you're autistic or on the spectrum, or if you just don't like small talk, you like take that active role and try to, like, you know, get to that thing faster. Like, ask them more direct questions. Don't be a creep. But, like, you know, like, oh, did you watch this show? Okay, you didn't watch the show. What did you do on the weekend then? Oh, you went to a soccer game. I don't know a lot about soccer. Like, what, you know, and then, like, ask them about soccer. I don't know. Like, there's I've managed to have conversations with like kids and people my age about things. Like, I don't like Taylor Swift. I'm pretty famously don't like Taylor Swift. But a bunch of people that I work with in the summer love Taylor Swift. So in the summer, yeah, sure, I like Taylor Swift, okay? Because it's not so much about aligning with social expectations. It's that not being hostile to people that are just talking about something that they love. No, I don't care about Taylor Swift, but
Exactly.
I know that my friend really wants to go to that concert, and she was talking yesterday about getting tickets. Hey, did you manage to get those tickets? I know they went on sale yesterday. You were saying, and then they're like, yeah, I actually got them. I'm going here. It's like, oh, have you ever been to this city? You know, like, it's just so much better to make that assumption than to assume that you are the lone badass that nobody understands. Because here's the thing, the reason that Harry Potter sold so much is because everybody feels that way. Everybody feels like they're alone, that nobody understands, and that's part of the human fucking condition, my dude. You're not, like, you're special because all people are special, but you're not, it's not unique to you. That experience of feeling alone isn't unique to you. The reason, again, the reason those stories do so well is because everybody feels that way. So you can, logic that if everybody feels that way, then perhaps I should interrogate that belief that I'm special and I'm specialer than everyone else. Anyway, sorry, that got a little bit of an unrelated topic,
no.
but
well, I think it is related, because like kind of going back to the like power scaling versus fanfic kind of thing. It's like the power scaling is kind of the watch my intellect. Can you understand me? Can you get on my level? Whereas like the fanfic is I'm sharing this thing that I love. I'm sharing my vulnerability, and like you're engaging with the person on their level. You're engaging with them emotionally. Like the quickest way to you go ahead.
Individualism is such a poison.
Yeah.
And there are so many stories that enable individualism, and it's poisonous. I think it's nasty. It does awful things to people, I think.
Mm-hmm. Like it comes from just like this perspective of like where the beginning should be you matter, and that other person, they matter, because you are a person, you're an individual, and everyone else is also an individual, and they all matter, and therefore the collective matters, instead of like I matter, I'm the best, no one else matters because they're not me.
I think something that I really liked, now to talk about a specific media, Digimon, if I may. Are you familiar with Digimon? We can also talk about that one thing that you also like in a second, because I think it's also related.
Yeah.
But there might be spoilers if we go too deep into that. So let's talk about Digimon instead, because Digimon's pretty easy.
Okay.
So I'm going to use the original translation, like the original dubbed, not dubbed, subbed terms, like the main characters are the chosen children. Very much this whole chosen one idea and we're led to believe that they are uniquely capable of bonding with Digimon. But ever since like season 1 of Digimon, we've been deconstructing that. And it's really just a matter of a time and a place. All humans are capable of bonding with Digimon. All humans are special. And in Digimon Adventure 1, we had this exemplified by I don't know if you've watched this movie, but the thing that became the Digimon movie was originally like different like TV specials. And I think it was
together.
Pardon? Yeah, they got kind of
Frankenstein
together because and then like we're said to have like the same theme, but it's not really. They're not really that connected. There are some reoccurring like characters, but again, it's they're mostly separated. And there was this computer virus that was a Digimon that was taking over the world by infecting like government agencies and like weaponizing missile silos, etc., etc. And what ended up happening at the end is it wasn't, that the two characters, Tai Chi and Yamato and their Digimon, they weren't enough. They needed all of the humans that were like all of the kids that were watching them fight for the survival of humanity. They needed their power too to be able to save everyone, So I think that was like an interesting way. Yeah. And again, Digimon has done many things to kind of like, it's not so much that they're chosen or that there's anything special about these individual kids. They happen to be at the right place at the right time, but everybody has the capability of making that sort of a connection and impacting the world around them. It could be anyone. Was something I always kind of liked about Digimon.
Yeah.
About this, like, and like, the coming of age stuff. But like that was a theme that I thought was really interesting, and how it like sort of related to destiny and like being special enough to be the savior of the world, and how, I think saying like, hey, it's not enough as an individual, we all have to do it,
Yeah. Like that's been my impression from what I've heard about Digimon. I've only consumed a tiny bit of the show when I was young, but that was kind of like, I remember kind of the difference seeing between that and Pokemon, which they always get compared, whether that's fair or not. Whereas like Pokemon is kind of crafting your own journey, whereas Digimon is them kind of being thrust into these positions of being chosen and working with it.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to grow up like that and to be put into a situation with high stakes, if you tend to be, that kind of person. And also another aspect about Digimon that is different than Pokemon is that Digimon is very much like about the kids and their relationship to the one Digimon. They only really have one most of the time, and it's about that connection to that one Digimon. And I think that like that's also makes it very thematically different, and it's their friend rather than their pets. I think that makes the series different. Like there's just different thematically and like in storytelling and the relationship between the two, and what it has to say about growing up and coming into your own, I think is very different. So yeah. The other thing that I think we could talk about, and I feel bad for keeping you on so long because I know there's somebody else waiting, Animorphs.
For those in the chat that don't know, I have been a raving mad woman in the autism chat about Animorphs for the past 3 months now.
Yeah. How far are you right now?
I just finished the 4th Megamorphs, and what number was the book today? It was The Familiar, the one with Jake in the future.
Ooh.
The kind of fake future. What number is that? That is number.
That was one of my first. Was one of my first Animorphs books, because I read them out of order when I was younger.
Like I did not read these as a kid. I found them I thought the covers and the little flip book trick were neat. I tried picking up one and I was very confused and didn't finish it. Had I started in the proper order, this would have been my entire autism.
We love it when
that
has
happens. Everything. Yeah.
But what do you think it has to say about the whole chosen one stuff, and just in general? I think the narrative of Animorphs is very interesting.
I think it is very interesting because like especially like with the Megamorphs books, they kind of like deconstruct of like the whole these kids were kind of put in a position and were put against some of their wills, but even if it was benevolent, they have to suffer a freaking lot. But no one of them by themselves can do it. They all need each other. They all lean on each other, and they've all suffered, and they probably would have been better off had none of this happened, were it not for this outstanding alien invasion that is brutal and terrifying and scary. And like I know that like Krim is like you have your hands are kind of cuffed because I'm not quite finished with the series, and you know things that I don't.
Yeah, no, it's and I think it's like I'm trying not to spoil things, but the things it has to say about destiny and being chosen and like individualism is very
Hmm.
interesting too. In that like it just kind of happens that way. It could happen in any way. I
Yeah.
think that's covered in Megamorphs too, right? That it could have been a completely different configuration. Is
Like
that the one I'm
it
thinking?
always like has the question of like the kids, they've had several opportunities where they think they want to quit, they want to get out of it, but they realize like if they don't, they, with their circumstances, with the gifts they've been given, then no one else will. And even though it's terrible, it's better than just sitting by passively and letting nothing happen. Even like with the Andalite Chronicles, which is my favorite of the books, um,
Oh,
and like the sacrifice of like Elfangor's happy life to make sure that Visser 3 is pushed back for a little while longer, that the Animorphs are in the right place at the right time to make sure that they can actually fight back. And that is the fourth
yeah.
Megamorphs is kind of like an alternate history where they basically just didn't find Elfangor, they didn't get the morphing power, and everything is kind of awful because even though the kids are still themselves, they're themselves in a powerless situation now. And it's like, do you give up your comfort and for a little bit of power, even if that's going to hurt you? But the alternative is so much worse, and it doesn't give you the easy answer of saying like, it never like goes out of its way to say that like, yes, it's better to let people get rolled over and dominated, but never says, but it always says there is a cost and it's going to hurt. Are you willing to pay that cost?
Yep. Yeah, like I said, I think you're gonna be I think you're gonna like how the stories go. Um yeah. Like I said, I'm a big fan of the direction they take, and how it ends up working out. I'm not gonna spoil, but Animorphs is very near and dear to my heart. I'm so glad more people are watching it or reading it, I should
Yeah,
say. Um,
one day hoping and
and
praying that we'll get a cartoon, even though I know that won't happen, but I can dream.
well, and then like using it as like comparative analysis to Harry Potter, I think is very
Yeah.
interesting as well.
Harry Potter could never.
Yeah.
No.
Um, yeah. Was there anything else that you wanted to talk
Like
about?
quickly on that, like there's
Oh,
one thing I want to talk about like on Cassie, because like she is so fascinating to me because I am always fascinated with characters that are morally convicted to do the right thing even when it is hard, even when it makes them suffer. Because Cassie, she is so determined in her convictions to do the right thing that she will suffer. She still thinks that she's doing the right thing, and even when she has to compromise on those values. Like in most the second most recent one I read, um shenanigans happen and a freak of nature is created with the ability to turn from a buffalo into a human and later from an ant into a human, and neither of these creatures understand what they're going through and they are suffering the entire time. So they unfortunately have to be put down, but she sees humanity in them and it's terrifying.
yeah,
But she does not, like, she literally has to strangle herself, uh, that has been given sentience from an ant, and it's
yeah,
terrifying. And it's this both this beautiful like literal translation of like her fighting this scary part of herself that she doesn't recognize, that she doesn't like to admit is there, and trying to stomp it out, but realizing that she can't get away from that.
yeah.
Like the depths that she goes to stick to her morals even when she has to compromise. Like I fucking love Cassie. I will love her with my entire heart.
And I think that like it also says, I think Cassie in particular says a lot about how we often, as I'm going to tell a bit of a story that's related to this, but not only is Cassie like bound by her morals, but that becomes her identity. That's how she is thought of as
Yes.
the moral thinker, the feeler, the heart of the group, and that puts a lot of pressure on someone. I had a
Yes.
friend, and I'm not gonna give an exact name, so I'll replace it. But so at the camp that I work at, we give each other nicknames, to, you know, and the kids end up calling us, and the kids call us like, they wouldn't call me my real name, they'll call me by my nickname. And let's say Okay, Sunny. Yeah. So this one girl who got nicknamed Sunny. Let's just give her that name. She was given that name. Oh, it's because you're happy and you're smiling all the time. And that was given to her during training, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when the kids got there, she was really stressed out all the time. But here's the thing, is that was her identity now, was that she was the happy one that was smiling all the time. So she not only felt like, oh, well, you know, we have to keep the energy of the group up because, you know, that's what the good thing to do as a counselor. It became, I'm the one that's supposed to be happy all the time. Therefore, I have to hide my feelings that I'm feeling bad. So she gets to a character like Cassie, who,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I'm expected to be the good one, the moral thinker. And if I am not that, then I am failing people. Because that's the story that I've told about myself and that people have told me. And this can affect people in a way that can often be insidious. And especially if you
I don't
bring up...
expect all the Animorphs. Like, they
No,
all,
absolutely.
like, feel...
I'm
like,
the
Jake
leader.
is the leader.
I'm the funny one. You know, I have to
I have
always...
the power.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the strong one. And, you know, this is one thing as an individual, but if you, like, start looking at this with, like, a racial lens or, like, any sort of, like, sexism lens, well, you know, I can't cry because to be worth it as a black man, I can't show emotions. There's this expectation of Asian people to be smart, and if I'm not smart, then, like, what am I? I am failing at being a good Asian. An indigenous person might be expected to have, like, this depth to a spirituality, be connected to nature. And if they're an atheist, not particularly connected to nature, then maybe they're bad at being a native person, you know. And I think that, like, while archetypes can be really useful when we tell stories, having them dictate who we are as people, both in stories, it can limit, it can limit us, but it can also do real damage to people when they don't fit in with those stereotypes or those archetypes. And if we start, you know, if we that, I think that's why complex characters are so important. Because if you flanderize a character, I think it gets you used to flanderizing other real people. If that's the thing that you assume, like, yeah, sure, like, this character is dumb and, like, and happy and, like, hot, and that's all they have to be to me. Sure, but if that's just, like, something I thought automatically without, like, thinking about it, am I then going to go on to think that about real people? And, like, I'm not somebody that believes in thought crimes. If you're like, you know what, I like himbos because they're hot, but also I understand that that's an unrealistic standard to apply to real men, fine. That's fine. You can like himbos as long as you understand that that's not how real people operate. And you can't be mad at people, you know, for not fitting this stereotype that you assign to them, or, you know, assign to yourself, and then having your self-esteem, blondes have more fun, right? That's was a story. It was a movie from the Marilyn Monroe was in, and I think that really contributed heavily to women playing dumb to be more accepted. And it was because of stories like that, and because of this, like, oh, you know, blondes are stupid but they're hot. You know, when to the point that I think a lot of I think a lot of women were intentionally trying to seem stupider in order to, you know, appeal to men. And I know that there's like a reclamation of the whole bimbo thing, but that's what it reminds me of, and I get worried that's, you know.
Yeah. No.
You are lagging a little bit there, Paige, or maybe it's me.
Yeah,
Did Paige die?
like thoughts are thoughts until they're giving up the ghost. It was in right up to the end.
Hello? Uh-oh, homies. I don't think it's me because
Okay, so
oh, Paige's internet is giving up, unfortunately.
okay, how about now? Is it
Okay, there we go.
okay? I'm so sorry. It was behaving great, and then it just decided to die.
Yippee. Okay, what were
But
you trying to say?
I'll go ahead and wrap up. I was just you're saying the thing about thought crimes, but we can't deny that our thoughts affect our actions, especially when we choose to dwell on them. We choose to let them inform our opinions and the way we interact with the world. We can hold those two in tandem.
Yeah. Well, I think that like not necessarily the thought that you have, it's the way that you treat it.
Mhm.
Also, that's important. Like
Exactly.
and I brought up I think that's when your thing started glitching out. I brought up in terms of the whole intelligence thing, the Blondes Have More Fun, which is a movie that Marilyn Monroe was in. And I think it
Yeah.
impacted how like there was for a while, and even when I was a kid, where women would act stupider to appeal to men. I used to do this, where I would pretend not to know about a subject because I was embarrassed and I didn't want my friends to think that I was like too smart, which is ridiculous. I try to like think back to that time. It's like, why did I do that? And it's like I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know what I was thinking or why I did that, but there were times where I would pretend to not know something. And yeah. And I think that and I it's something that concerns me with the whole like revitalization of the bimbo thing, which I know people are trying to reclaim it, but it's like, ooh, that's what it makes me think of, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
in terms of like intellectualism and like, it just makes me it concerns me, you know, that people are leaning into that again. Stay safe out there, I guess.
Yeah. Now, if we didn't have trad wives and the like being out there unironic, I'd be more lenient on it. But unfortunately, a lot of people do take it seriously instead of just it being a silly, fun thing you do.
Yeah. Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about?
I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap up before my internet dies on you again. And I've had a good long section with you. No, I think that's it. I've gotten to speak a lot and I've had a really great time. Thank you so much for having me on.
All right. Bye-bye. Okay. All right. I'm going to bring on the next person. Hello, hello. Hello? You're speaking. I can't hear you. Um Hello? Yeah, your mic isn't working. I'll give you a couple seconds, but if it continues not to work, I'm gonna move on to Mothra, and I'll have to get you back later. Thank you for the super chat, Paige. So sorry for our internet dying at the end, but thanks so much for having me on tonight. As always, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Paige. I always appreciate you. It's okay. It happens. All right. Hello, hello.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I was going to be going so soon, so let me switch to my computer so my audio is better.
Yeah, no problem. We're all alone in the void. Hello.
All right. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. It's actually worse though.
Is it really? Cuz
Okay, there we go. There we go. It just lagged out for a second there.
Oh, okay. I wonder what's going on cuz maybe it's like Discord cuz like Paige was lagging earlier too.
Yeah. I'll look into it later. Okay, what's up? Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Mothra. I'm 28. I'm non-binary and I've been in fandom spaces for a very long time. And I mean that's really about it.
All right, what did you want to talk about?
So I'm just double checking the topic because I've been checking in and out and stuff, but like we're talking about like kind of like like how people will really come up with like theories for everything kind of thing.
Yeah, or like how
Yeah.
like we talk about the stories about stories
Yeah.
and like some ways that like anti-intellectualism and plays a part, or faux intellectualism especially plays a part in like, well, I'm right because of this X, Y, and Z, but they're not actually looking at the like the text or the intention of the story. They're just like, like, oh well,
Yeah.
Rugrats, all the Rugrats are dead, and Angelica made them up in her mind because there was this thing in this one episode, and Tommy looks like a cancer patient or whatever.
Yeah, that. Okay. I guess I'm gonna preface this with like there's no one way to really enjoy media, but it does, as someone who floats around in these online spaces, it gets really frustrating when a lot of like of these popular theories become popular because it's really obvious that either they didn't pay attention or they're over analyzing it so much that they forgot to have fun. And specifically like with the not paying attention aspect, it's kind of like this is something that I've noticed a lot in The Legend of Zelda with some theories, where it's like you're getting so into the weeds that you're actually just not paying attention to the story itself, because a lot of these theories will like crop up and it'll just be kind of like, well, no, that's not really possible, because like in this same game that you're talking about in, this kind of like later is given an answer, and it's kind of like you just didn't really, you're not consuming the media at that point.
Yeah. A popular one, and I know this is gonna turn some heads and people are gonna get mad at me. Link isn't mute in 99% of the games. He's mute in 2 of the. He mutes. He's mute in one of them. And he has a vow of silence in another. but he doesn't not speak. He's just the player insert, so we don't really see him speak outside of dialogue options, but that's what dialogue options are. Did you miss the part where it was dialogue? But
yeah, because like, you know, like they'll ask questions and then you select an answer.
Yeah, that's
and
Link
especially
talking.
because like in Breath of the Wild, they like talk about like, you know, he like became a champion and he was really chatty beforehand, but he really stopped talking afterwards because like he was like basically so anxious he would say something wrong. Like this is like something that Zelda observes in him if you read her diary. But even then he doesn't necessarily stop talking entirely. And obviously when he wakes up from his 100-year-long coma, he's very chatty. Not only is he very chatty, he's very sassy. He's kind of rude, depending on the dialogue options that you choose.
He can be sassy, but yeah.
So it's very much like he is a chatterbox and he's very expressive, and I think a lot of that is taken away by the mute aspect. I think that's something that can be fun to play around with, but like to act like that's the end all be all truth and default is disingenuous to the games that you're playing. Another one that really irks me, that really tells me that people do not pay attention to the games, is the missing Triforce piece theory.
Yeah.
That one's really dumb. I'm sorry if you like that one, guys, but that one's really stupid. And here's the reason why. The theory is always like, oh, there's 4 goddesses, but there's only 3 Triforce pieces. You want to know why there's only 3 Triforce pieces? There's only 3 goddesses involved in the creation story, and Hylia is not involved in the creation story. She's the goddess of time, and not only that, she did give the Hylians a gift. She gave them what eventually became the Master Sword. So there's no missing piece. You're just not paying attention, and you're trying to find. It's more like you're trying to find information to back up your claim rather than like absorbing the media that is.
Also, let's take a second. Let's do a little bit of a Doyleist analysis for a second. I'm gonna flash something on screen. That look familiar to anybody? Perhaps I'll also send it in chat so you don't have to switch back and forth.
Awesome, Gucci gang. Oh my god, it's the Triforce.
Yeah, like this is a symbol that has existed it has existed in Japan long before Zelda ever came to be. It's the symbol of a I mean, like, my Japanese history is not super great, but I believe that is a very powerful family in Japan. So it became associated with like, you know, I there's like a lot of like people talks about like, oh well, you know, the Legend of Zelda obviously takes place in some sort of European country, not like realizing that like the European like visuals are very surface level and sometimes not even there in a lot of the games. Like there's no European aspects to them at all.
And I think one of the really like important things of it is the fact that like even where there is the European aspects, at the end of the day, no matter what Japanese people are making this, they're going to make it through a Japanese lens.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's kind of like how like when you see people paint something red and black and gold and they're like it's Asian now, when it's like, no, that's just like it's just that's just the regular Western style house with paint on it that you're dressing up to look. And that's basically what's happening with Zelda. But like the themes of Zelda are very Japanese. The kind of monster that Ganon is very Japanese.
I mean, one of my favorite examples of like Japanese culture being like a very like obvious influence is interestingly enough in Breath of the Wild, because like I have all the Zelda games tiered in my brain at different levels, and Breath of the Wild isn't necessarily the highest. I like Breath of the Wild, don't get me wrong, but it's not a Zelda game, and I could go into that, but that's not what this is about.
Yeah.
the guardians in Breath of the Wild are actually a form of traditional Japanese pottery that they flipped upside down and gave legs.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. Also,
I
speaking
I learned that in my game guide.
Yeah, that's cool. Interesting. Something that I also specifically want to say that like should be like a obvious flag to this is so the Gyarados are very obviously, you know, symbolic of like Middle Eastern culture, and like there's like problems with that, yes. But where is the Gyarados Desert in relation to the rest of Hyrule in every single game? It's to the west.
Yeah, it's always to the west. It really is always to the west.
Every single time it shows up, it's to the west. And if this was a European, you know, based and inspired country, it wouldn't be to the west, it would be to the east. But in even at that basic level, it's you know, it's very clearly like it's showing its roots even then. And the Gyarados showed up as early as Ocarina of Time, which was the fourth game in the series. So
and I think that's like one of the wonderful things is about like learning a little bit about Japanese culture. It allows you to understand the Zelda games in a way that you might not have been able to before, because like I had like a period of time growing up where I just got like really into like studying Japanese culture, because like, and I still want to do this. I would love to go to Japan one day, but like it gives you a new perspective, because
it helps
it's
you
kind
understand
of like
all that art that you've been looking at and why it is the way it is.
Yeah, and why it's so important, but also why it's so beautiful. There's a certain level of like whimsy that I feel like a lot of like Japanese cultural aspects have, that I feel like, you know, when applied to a fantasy setting, just kind of like makes the universe a little bit more full bodied.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like a lot of these people who are making these theories don't like come at it from an angle that would make a little bit more sense, and because of that they get lost in the weeds.
Yeah, like people like Evangelion is such a victim to this, when it's like Evangelion is extremely Japanese. I don't think you can really parse Evangelion properly without taking in that point of view. Kingdom Hearts is another one, Zelda is another one, Death Note, oh that's a big one.
Yeah, Death Note is so
it's
culturally Japanese.
It's why it keeps not working whenever they try to make a like American version of Death Note. Why it's so different and why it's bad. Because like even like if you understand what makes a kid popular in Japan is like academic achievement is really important. Whereas like over here we have a more like Japan isn't anti-intellectual. Like there's some problems obviously there with like certain kinds of authoritarianism, but anti-intellectualism isn't really a thing in Japan the way it is here. So, you know, you're not called an egghead or a nerd for like being smart. That's the kind of thing that makes you more desirable. So like a person like Light being so smart and being so academically gifted, of course everybody likes him and falls for his bullshit because he's so smart. Why wouldn't, you know, of course he's
yeah, like, and why couldn't you not trust him? He's smart, he's attractive, you know, like he's got a quote unquote good head on his shoulders. His parents are respectable people in the community. Like he has a lot of like Japanese like cultural things going for him that makes it very easy for like people to overlook him, which is why when L comes in and he's grown up in the like the West his entire life, he's like, there's something wrong with that kid.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is yet, but there's something wrong with that kid.
There, you also like look at how the American version, they made Light a loser who was like helping people cheat on exams, and you know, like he was this loner, and where Light in the original version kind of exemplified the sort of apathy you get as you know, I think we could kind of relate to it in a way in the West. Like there, we you know, we all get frustrated by capitalism and feel like helpless to it, and that's what's going on with Light. But we don't see that aspect of it because we're not relating to him on that basis. We're like, oh well, how is this guy that's really smart also really hot and academically gifted? Like how does that happen? Like this doesn't seem real. Why do people like him? And it's like, okay, you're kind of missing. There is a point that you can relate to this character, but I think if I was making an American version of Death Note, I think it would be very challenging, but B, I also probably still make the character Japanese. And
I think it could be possible, but I think that like
I think
you would basically have to like.
I think you could take it in like an angle of like a Japanese diaspora, and that might be interesting.
Yeah, that, and also like what is like the standard for American exemplarism, because or like I don't know like if they made it based in Canada, whatever the standard for that was.
They're pretty similar.
So you couldn't make like Light a loner, because basically what they did in the Netflix adaptation is they turned him into a school shooter with a magical notebook. He would need to be like someone who's on a sports team who gets you know, fairly average grades, but he's popular. And but like, you know, like when people think like in the United States, oh, like what is like an ideal high school student? It's somebody who does sports.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying I think it would be interesting if they made him they you know, he stayed Japanese and like introduce an aspect of stories that we tell or stories that people tell about the Japanese diaspora because of the expectation, and you could add like this entirely new layer to it. I think that would be really interesting. But I also am one of those people that think that like localizations should teach you about the culture that they're coming from too. So I don't think it needed to be set in America to begin with, but I think if you were going to do that, it would be more interesting if he was still Japanese, in my opinion.
Also, there's I'm sorry, back to Zelda, because I was thinking
yeah, we're kind of going everywhere.
So I think that like with this, like what is the Japanese exceptionalism, I think that actually plays out really, really well in like how Link is characterized. Because like he might not like have a lot of characterization because you're supposed to like project yourself onto him and to a certain extent, but there it is there, and we can also gather some things by the environment and how Link is supposed to interact with it, which is why, and I told you before, so this will be beating a dead horse to you, but a Zelda game is equal parts story, puzzle game, and combat game. You could not have a Zelda game that is just combat, and you could not have a Zelda game that's just puzzles. Link needs to be extremely good at combat, but he also needs to be someone who's incredibly intelligent. That is a non-negotiable like term for a Zelda game.
Yeah. It's weird because people will talk about Link like he's stupid, and he's just not.
No, because like he would have to in story be like you know, pretty smart to get through all of these puzzles that he's having to do with, and it's just kind of like, if you think Link is stupid, I mean, like does that mean like you were struggling with the puzzles? That like that more speaks about you than it would about the character. Like, can you not get past a certain part in the game because you don't understand how this puzzle works? Which is fine, but that doesn't make the character stupid. That's just you're not doing very good at the game.
Yeah, and like I think that it's interesting that you bring up those sort of ideals, because he is like this stoic, quiet person who often at the beginning of the games there's kind of like this kind of childish, hopeful, like happy-go-lucky aspect to him, and then that's just like beaten out of him, and he's expected to grow up and fulfill his duty. I
think even as his role as a knight is very interesting, because his role as a knight, like it does reflect a lot of like noble aspects of like a European knight, but if anything, he's more of the reflection of the idealized samurai. And I say the idealized samurai because this was a concept that was like post 1900s, not pre 1900s.
Yeah.
Because if you look back historically at samurai, they were mercenaries for hire. But we have this idea that has been pitched to us as globally, that like samurai are like strong and noble,
Yeah.
and so that kind of like concept, Link would actually fall better into that concept than he
Yeah.
would a Western knight.
Which is interesting because I would say that most this idealized version of samurai in fiction is way more comparable to like American cowboys than it is to European knights, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Especially-
They actually do kind of play a little bit with that cowboy aspect in Twilight Princess, because Link
Oh,
is
yeah.
literally a cowboy
I mean,
in Twilight Princess.
I mean, he's done like simple farm boy thing in a couple games, as I recall. I personally prefer games when he's not a knight, like, oh, well, like, I'm just the son of a blacksmith, or you know,
He's just
you
a
know,
guy.
I'm just like a kid, like I'm a bumpkin from the woods, or I'm just like a farmhand. I find that more interesting in how he kind of rises to the occasion. I like that a lot more than like, oh yeah, like you're a knight and your whole family was knights. Which, you know, is true of A Link to the Past, although I guess he's a little bit too young to actually be a knight at that point. But, you know, you got A Link to the Past and Breath of the Wild, and
I will say, I think like Breath of the Wild, the reason part of the reason it works is like, yes, he's a knight, but like he wakes up and he basically has nothing because he has no memories. And he's starting from ground zero. I think if he had his memories of what it was like to be a knight and stuff, I think like the narrative wouldn't have hit the same way.
Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, those are my opinions on things. I think to summarize what I was saying, I think people could benefit from learning a little bit more about the media that they're engaging in, and definitely paying better attention. Because if I have to see that Twilight Princess Link is part Gerudo theory one more time, if I have to see that theory one more time, I'm going to rip my hair out.
I think, if you don't mind, one more thing before you head off. One thing that I always found a little frustrating was like, well, how does Breath of the Wild fit into the timeline? And arguing, is it from this version or this side of the timeline or this side of the timeline, when it's kind of like the whole point of it is that like a lot of Zelda is about like cycles, and like that's something that's reflective of Buddhism, which again, Japanese lens, it's important to look at these games through the cultural lens that they were created. And in Breath of the Wild, that's starting to break down and decay, and get corrupted, and it kind of, okay, so for those of you that don't know, it's bad to keep on being reborn. That's bad. You don't want to do that. You don't want to continue to be reborn into the world over and over and over again. The ultimate goal is to reach nirvana, which is nothingness. To finally move on from this world. That's the point of life, from a Buddhist framework. So the fact that Link and Zelda and Ganon on some level keep on being reborn, and yes, I know, technically speaking, Ganon's always just been the one guy, and technically speaking, Zelda is, you know, a different person every time, and it's only really Link that keeps getting reborn. It's just the same soul, but it's still those cycles of rebirth and cycles and over and over and over again. That's bad. Like, you don't want that to happen. That's hell, basically. So Link has never been able to get to that point where he reaches enlightenment and becomes like whole and is able to move on. So looking at Breath of the Wild as this, like, you've been cycling, all these people have been cycling because of like hatred and pain and what have you for so many years that they're starting to break down and things aren't working anymore. You know, talking about that is, I think, more interesting then like where does it fit into the timeline? And again, I'm not Buddhist, I'm an atheist. So but what does that say about like cycles in our, you know, day-to-day lives of like doing the same thing over and over and over and over again in slightly different ways, and it's just not working, and like you can never escape it by doing the same thing over and over and over again. It's just going to end up destroying you. You know, I think that's an interesting lens to talk about Zelda, but I don't think I've ever heard anybody talk about that. People are way more concerned about where something falls in the timeline, if Link is mute, like who's related to who, or like the bloodlines, or where's the fourth piece of the Triforce, or is the Dark World in A Link to the Past also the Twilight Realm in Twilight Princess? And you know, like maybe maybe we need to actually like look at the story and the themes and what they're trying to say. And I'm not saying that none of that is fun. Like, I think it's kind of fun that the Majora's Mask looks like the helmets in Twilight Princess, but I think that like it's supposed to tie those two races together thematically. They could be the same people or they could not be, but we know that they're related, and we're supposed to draw that parallel as these people that, you know, became like sick with, you know, that they went crazy with power. And I think also the fact that the Sheikah also use an eye in their imagery, and, you know, how they're the shadows of Hylians, and then again, you go to Breath of the Wild, where they became so technologically advanced that the rest of Hyrule was afraid of them. I don't know. It's just, it's these themes that they keep bringing up and saying, and people don't want to talk about how those themes translate between stories, but instead, like, trying to fill in a timeline.
And I think, in terms of like the Sheikah, I feel like the Sheikah are criminally underrated. They are the most interesting racial diaspora in Hyrule.
I don't think that would be, diaspora is like people that are not like in the region that they were born in, right?
I mean, they have kind of moved around.
Yeah, that's true, but they're not like, Anyway, the point is, they're the most interesting group.
They're the most interesting group. And it is a shame that they do not get more attention, because for example, like we learned that like something happened in Ocarina of Time during the Hylian Civil War that made the numbers of Sheikah go down significantly. That is interesting, and no one ever talks about that. There's an implied genocide, and no one even touches it.
That they were kind of used as like scapegoats at the end of the war. It seems like a bunch of them were executed. By the royal family.
See that by looking at the Spirit Temple, or like Sharp and Flat, and things that like Impa says. Like, there's so much interesting like environmental details in these games that people just like.
No, and then they're like, "Oh, there's no story. What do you mean there's a story in Ocarina of Time?" It's like, yeah, there's a story in Ocarina of Time. Are you not paying attention?
There's a very, very like well fleshed out story in Ocarina of Time, and I could tell the whole thing, but like I'm not gonna do that. But it is so interesting, and the Sheikah in general are just so interesting. They are literally my favorite group in Zelda, followed by the Goron. I love the Sheikah and I love the Goron. I feel like they are so interesting, and people don't ever want to look at them on a more like critical level and like talk about them like their cultures and you know how that relates back to real world you know things. And because I love these games so much, and these are things that I think about, but it just feels like the like Zelda spaces are just filled with people who don't want to like have these conversations. So it's really frustrating, because I'll be like, I'll bring it up like an idea that I have, or like a theory, or like even just a fun little silly headcanon, and they look at me like I have a third head.
Yeah. Yeah, well, because it's okay to have like these theories, but if you're like writing fan fiction, cringe, cringe, fan fiction's
Right.
cringe,
And
and
I love fan fiction.
head canons and fan fiction are cringe. You should be having theories like a real grown up. I don't know.
Well, I think it's also because like a lot of like women read fan fiction, and so like it's
Yeah,
like
I definitely brought that up. Yeah.
you read fan fiction, that's a girly thing. And it's
Yep.
just kind of like you don't have joy in your life.
Yeah, well, there was like a series of oh god, I'm not going to mention their names, but but there's like a series of quote unquote theories that a channel came up with, and I don't like this channel anymore because all they talk about is Harry Potter, patooey. But they would come up with these theories, and it's like, girl, that's literally just a fan fiction. You're just reading your fan fiction for your YouTube audience, which is fine, but that's not a theory.
Yeah. No, I know exactly who you're talking about, because that's part of the reason I stopped watching them too, because it's just there's only so much Harry Potter I can consume.
Yeah, yeah, and it's like if it's every single video at this point, it's just like, okay, look, I know you like Harry Potter, but it feels like you're saying something. It's so contentious right now that I just don't understand how you would feel comfortable with making that part of your identity, and it's not even a good book. It's not even a good book.
No, yeah, I've heard. I haven't read the books because like I have dyslexia and it takes me forever to get through a book, let alone 7.
I mean,
so
the audiobooks are decent, but also don't.
Like, and I'm not gonna do it though, because like I don't like the author, so I she could like actually go step on a pile of hot coals. And so I don't know, like maybe one day I'll make my own fan content for Zelda, but like I'm not even sure it would even be well taken by the community, because I think they're so set in their ways that
I mean,
and
I thought
because we've talked about, you and I have talked about.
Yeah, I thought my FNAF video was going to be bad, but I think you'd be surprised. Like, people appreciate when you go against the public, especially if they're saying stupid things.
Because if anything, even if I just talked about this, you know what? Maybe I will make a video at least summarizing the storyline of Ocarina of Time and how that like actually impacts the environment. But I don't know.
Speaking
because
of, do you have anything you want to plug?
Yeah. Hi. I'm also a YouTuber. You can follow me on YouTube under the name Earl Mothra Fangbanger. If you just search, I do gaming. I also do some speed paints. I'm trying to do them a little bit more often. I'll probably try to get them out at least bi-weekly. And I'm going to start doing I have a video under works called it doesn't have an official title, but the series is going to be called what is it? Let me say this correctly.
Fun Fashion and Fandom Fridays.
Fun Fandom and Fashion Fridays. You were very close. Fun Fandom and Fashion Fridays. And I like alliteration, so I really want it to be like on Fridays and stuff. And it's just going to be me talking about like different cultural touchstones that I notice. My first video is going to be about the cute little keychains called Labubu's. I think they're very interesting, but I also think that they kind of have an interesting reflection on over consumerism. And what it means to like versus like what it means to follow a trend versus purchasing something you genuinely enjoy, and kind of like how these kind of like cultures impact buying. So that's what the first video is going to be about. It's not done. I'm hoping to get it out next month. And those will probably be monthly. If I can keep up with that. But I'm also on social media under Earl Mothra Fangbanger. I'm on Tumblr, Instagram, Blue Skies, and TikTok. And you can see my shorter speed paints on there as well. I am also in Crim server, so if you ever want to talk to me about The Legend of Zelda or other things that I'm interested in, Yeah, just like feel free to like ping me. I love talking about The Legend of Zelda. It is my hashtag special interest. I am very autistic about it. Okay,
Yep.
that's what happens when you introduce a 2-year-old to Ocarina of Time. But yeah, those are my stuff. I would love to see you guys over at my channel if you would like to give me a chance.
Was there anything else that you wanted to go over?
No. That's about it. It was so fun to come on here. I'm glad that I did because I had some opinions. And thank you for having me.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, let's try this again. Hello?
Hello?
Oh,
Hello?
it's working now. Hi.
I don't know what was going on. I think it was some stupid privacy stuff settings or something.
All right. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Okay. Hello. I am MP Nitson. I'm an adult woman. I do run a YouTube channel, but it fluctuates on how much I post. So unless I'm working on a project, a ongoing project or anything, it's gonna vary on how much I post.
All right. What did you want to talk about?
Deltarune.
Yippee! Okay. So I haven't. Or do we have to do spoiler alerts here? Or
I don't know how. I know you've streamed Deltarune. I know you're going through the secret bosses later, so I'll try not to spoil those ones.
yeah.
What about your chat?
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay if you do spoilers, but I guess we're just gonna do spoiler warning. We're gonna be talking about Deltarune and the fandom around Deltarune, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, because like throughout the stuff, even if there's a mix of like stuff that I did know and kind of didn't quite know, a lot of it I was in my head. I was just like, oh my god, that feels so similar to my experience with Deltarune.
I am actually working on a Deltarune video, so that's not next week, but the not next week, but the video after the one that comes up next week is going to be on Deltarune. So anyway,
okay.
What's specifically about Deltarune? Because there's a lot to unpack there.
So, yeah. So it's kind of like, okay, how do I describe it? So yeah, there is definitely a lot of meta narrative with Deltarune, but what I kind of want to talk about is just kind of like the domino effect between the basic narrative, how the meta narrative started, and then how it expanded onto the Deltarune community during the whole Deltarune hiatus, and then how that affected to chapter 3 and 4 in a general sense. Because the hiatus was very fascinating. There's this thing that I can only describe as the cake apocalypse, with everyone trying to either um, it started off with people trying to pretend to spread chapter 3 leak to like trying to predict stuff, and eventually people just like kind of did their own thing with it.
Yeah.
But something very common that happened was that they, since there was only 2 chapters out, they tried to piece together like they tried to piece together a formula for themselves to follow
Yeah,
in order
and
to
chapter 3 and 4 broke it completely.
Yeah, that is the amazing thing. It's just um like um throughout chapter 3 it's it was like there's little things is um it's like it's like you don't get a lot of what you thought the structure you'd assume based off of chapter 3 or 4, especially with the secret boss part. Um, part that one was very unconventional to say the least.
Mm-hmm. Even Tenna in
Um,
general was very unconventional.
yeah.
I was not expecting
Um,
that. I don't think anybody was.
mhm.
I also
And then mhm.
I also think that
Oh, sorry.
the interesting thing both in Undertale and Deltarune is that
Mhm.
I don't think people realize, but the genocide route and Kara are calling out these kinds of people that like kind of dig into a game or a piece of art and rip it apart until there's nothing left. This is what my video is going to be on, so here I guess this is kind of like a little tease of it, to the point that like you are that the reason that Kara looks like Frisk is because that's kind of you're kind of just wearing the mask of the main character, but you've completely ruined the story for yourself, and like you don't have the same relationship with the art anymore. If that's the kind of way that you play video games, to pick apart every little piece of lore and do every little thing and get every little item and kill every enemy, if you're playing games like that, you're not really going to be able to experience the game the same way as you are with just like engaging with it honestly and just playing it in a natural way. It's not. I think it's so much not so much saying that it's wrong, but saying that like your relationship to the game will forever be changed. And I think that the fact that if you've even if you've only ever once taken that ending of the genocide route, if you've only done it once, then you'll never be able to get the good ending again, because that's not the relationship you have to those characters anymore. You've destroyed that empathy that you have between you and those characters. And I think there's other aspects like Toby leaving in that message of like, hey, there's parts, if you keep digging around in here and you share what you find here too early, and like you're gonna ruin it for everybody else, and I don't like it when people do that. You're just gonna ruin everybody's fun, so don't do that. If you're gonna look through the game files, like let people do that by themselves, at least for a little while. And that's just something that he put in the game. It was a message that he put in there for people that, try to break everything. The same with the fun values. Like they're things that you can only get by hacking the game, and breaking it. And I think that I don't know. I just think that it was really interesting that they did that with Undertale, and I'm curious how that's going to play out with Deltarune. But anyway, sorry, kind of going off on a whole other thing.
I like when you kind of play off there. And it's interesting because there has been a bit of that into Deltarune,
Mm-hmm.
especially since one thing I've kind of noticed with the response of like the unconventional ways certain parts of 3 and 4 have played out, is that I've seen a lot of um, complaints about like how certain secrets and stuff um, um, are very like convoluted and obtuse. And I'm just like, and it's so weird seeing that because I'm like, that's kind of the point. It shouldn't be that easy to get.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the consequence of like have of the internet being as it is. Because like if you're not the first um one of the first people to find it, then the first people who do find it are you're not gonna be sure who's gonna share and who's not. And then once that's out there, that's gonna spread spread like wildfire.
Yeah.
So it's just the
And,
yeah. It's kind of funny how like part of the nature of Deltarune spoilers is like if you want to avoid spoilers, you might need to touch grass for a while.
yeah, I haven't been spoiled on any of the Deltarune stuff. I've been very careful not to get spoiled by like the stuff that I haven't experienced yet, and I know that the clock's running out on that because people are going to be a lot less careful in the next couple of weeks. But hopefully, I can get some time to finish it. That's just, you know, being a YouTuber. I'm, you know, and working for yourself. I'm busy all the time. I'm always working. So I've had, if I'm not playing a video game for other people, I most often don't have time to play video games. So I'll get a chance, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'll still try to be vague here, but another thing that I noticed um this is another secret that's actually unrelated to like the shadow crystals or the eggs or whatever. Um, but this is a secret. All I'll say is it's a secret that does kind of um poke fun at how crazy speculations had gotten
Mm-hmm.
with certain Deltarune hints. Like
Mm-hmm.
like there's only so much you can get from the first two chapters that when you just have that the human mind can go into some wild thoughts and whether or not that's likely to be canon it's like doesn't really matter even when it's out it's like at least you put it out there, you know.
Well, even looking at chapter 2, the only way to meet Spamton is if you like really go out of your way to do it. Like if you like, and then you end up getting run over by a car by the fucking developer and dumped outside a dumpster. You know,
Yeah.
and like you went out of your way to try, and it's really difficult to get down there. I gotta say, very frustrating. You have to have perfect timing. You're clearly going the wrong way, and then your reward for doing that is Toby Fox kills you with like a Fisher Price fucking car, which is the icon, which is the thumbnail of this video. That's Toby Fox saying "fuck you." Toby Fox is saying "go fuck yourself." Okay, fine. Here's a little secret boss, and he's dumb, he's stupid, and he like captured the heart of the fandom. But the story's not really about Spamton. He's, you know, and like when you look into like things like where the characters keep talking about freedom, you know, these characters are chasing this quote unquote freedom, this freedom to move around and do whatever you want, and like it's very interesting how in Undertale you were punished for, you know, going out of your way to kill every monster, and at the end of the day, like your game is fucked up forever if you do that. There are ways, obviously, that you can trick the game, right? If you delete certain app data folders on your computer, but like clearly the intention is like, hey, you fucked up your relationship to the game, and you fucked up your relationship with these characters forever, because you're always going to go back and you're always going to break them and play with them like little dolls instead of like listening to the story that I tried to tell you. And so then you have these people that are hyperfixating on like, who was Kara? What was their relationship to Azrael? Like, what did they do? Where did they come from? Like how are they still alive? And it's like they're focusing on that part, and it's they fell for the bait, hook, line, and sinker. And I think that they're doing the same thing with Deltarune. When it's like this is bait and you're falling for it, and like if you're having fun, I guess it's fine, but this tendency to focus on this piece of the games that are not, see, it's interesting with Deltarune because it's the way that they're kind of playing against, I don't know, I'm very interested to see what Toby ends up doing with it, but I have a feeling that breaking the game and getting all these little secrets, I think it's not going to give people the satisfying thing that they expect it to.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm worried about with the Deltarune community. And it's not like I have to take it personally. I can enjoy the game on my own right. But it is going to be very weary, like all this type of um, because this has happened in so many fandom communities before. Of like, some sort of fandom hypes itself up of like all these things seem to be coming together. It's um gonna come together to one big answer. As like um usually the answer is like it's more abstract than that,
Mm-hmm.
or the journey was the answer.
Yep, exactly. Yep, absolutely. Um,
So I
yeah.
will say one thing about like the vague thing I'm saying about like poking fun at this whole um like taking little bits and like um letting imagination go going wild. Even though the game does kind kind of poke fun at that in little jokey secrets that you'll have to kind of um snoop around to find. One thing I also find interesting um is the continued world building of the light world
Mm-hmm.
and the nature of their media. So one thing that felt like a huge plot twist to me is hearing um what several um in universe medias um that they'll off the characters will offhandedly mention
Mm-hmm.
um or turn out um so a lot of them, not quite all of them, but basically they're if I remember right, they were like based off of the prophecy itself, or just
Yeah.
their understanding of the prophecy.
Yeah. Like the Lord of the Hammer series is like
Yep.
Gearson's sort of reinterpretation of the prophecy, and he's talking about it and interrogating it with the story that, and I think that's really interesting, because that's kind of what a lot of stories are. Is it's just us interrogating other stories, and that's how you get a lot of really cool shows and stuff and movies and games. Evangelion was interrogating the Japanese mecha genre, and now it's like considered a fundamental. You get things like Paradise Lost, or Dante's Inferno, which is talking about the Christian Bible, but now there's such a part of the Christian and Catholic identity that like people, whenever they talk about like hell or Satan, they're pulling concepts from those two stories. And even Undertale and Deltarune, they're stories about video games, and they're inspired by Earthbound. And I think it's really interesting how what Toby Fox is doing, and I'm really interested to see more. I'm at the edge of my seat.
Yeah, and I think the Deltarune community can take from Toby's own experience of being inspired and creating his own, because I've seen a lot of interesting ideas from the whole cake apocalypse sort of thing.
Hmm.
Um, but it's kind of gotten um silent for the moment. I mean, I know it's only been like a week or so, but at the same time, it's just like um I'm just hoping people don't like give up completely just because the real versions are out. Because
Hmm.
there are some interesting stuff um I've seen just just from the attempt of like predicting what might the chapters have been before they actually came out.
Yeah.
Um, plus, um, plus I have a neat idea of like um kind of um kind of reimagining Deltarune in my own way. Probably not a full game, but just like enough to like um retell the story my own way in a sense. It's
I
it's
mean,
it's a bit weird. It's
that's
just mostly just
that is what Deltarune and Undertale started out as, was like, I really like Earthbound. I want to make my own. Um, so I think,
yeah,
yeah, I wish you luck with that.
yeah. And even with all the ribbing and stuff towards wild wild guesses from the fans. I do think um there is also stuff throughout the chapters that there are words of encouragement, especially towards the from the old man. Um
Yeah.
One quote I saved, I'm not sure if you gotten this quote yet, but one quote I did save from him is him saying stories can be retold, they can be changed. That's what I believe. And I think
Yeah.
just um that's obviously um something like encouraging creativity in general and determining your own fate for the story of Deltarune. But I like to believe um that that also doubles as a thumbs up towards community. It's like let your creativity flow, even if you're trying to predict and it ends up being wrong. At least you let your imagination flow and put it out there. You can become its own thing. That's what I did.
Yeah.
That's why I'm imagining Toby saying.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think at the end of the day, Toby Fox just wants people to like enjoy his story, and I think he's made it clear that he gets frustrated by people trying to find an objective truth to it. If that makes sense. That seems to be the vibe that I'm getting from him.
Yeah, yeah. Because one thing that did kind of uh, put me off throughout the theorizing portion before chapter 3 and 4 is that there'd be like two versions of speculation of how people would put out their speculation, and I did end up kind of favoring one format over the other. So one format that I didn't quite like was um, one big example was the Amaranth Smog theory or something. Um, not that I don't um, not that I dislike the theory, but it was more like there was just such a push to prove that it would be completely proven right, and
Mm-hmm.
I and and that sort of mindset would be put kind of displayed throughout like an essay or a video, and I'm just like, I don't want to. That sounds exhausting. I don't want to go through um go
Yeah.
through all of that.
The
But
whole I solved X before it came out kind of theory exhausts me.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I think I
But
think Undertale and Deltarune are bad for that, like the fandoms.
yeah. But then later on, I did find a comic on Tumblr. I mentioned this in the chat earlier, but it's from Link Griffin that di- that did a comic that had the concept similar to Armor and Smog, but instead of the comic trying to prove the concept that the concept will be canon, it just let itself be a comic. Um, base um um basically it's um just Gerson and Elvin um being together, while Gerson's on the brink of death, and
Oh.
um, and Alvin is just begging for some way for Gerson to live on, even though Gerson is desperately trying to tell his son that to not not hold on to him, and let his own creativity continue the generation or something like that.
Yeah, which is funny because
But
that's pretty accurate to how it ended up playing out.
yeah, yeah, there's still some things that kind of get that are a bit different between the comic um and how Deltarune turned out, because in the comic, what ends up happening is like Alvin sets up um this ritual, trying to make Gerson live longer. And what happens is that Gerson's soul ends up being mounted um, into his pen,
Mm-hmm.
and which senses as his spirit, in a sense, into the dark world, and um, essentially turns him into the Roaring Knight.
Oh,
Now,
interesting.
now obviously, yeah. Now, obviously, there's a lot to contradict that, but the basic concept of Gerson coming back um, um, did end up being true. So it's kind of interesting, like, seeing what contrasts and what was did end up happening, and also just in a general sense of like,
The
I'm glad
themes. Yeah.
they made the comic.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And thematically, it's very resonant as well, and I think it's because it seems like it was intended to be very intellectually and emotionally honest to the story that Deltarune is trying to tell, and I think that tends to be when theories do end up being true. Like of course that's the message that they went with Gearson, because that's the kind of story that Toby Fox is already telling. Even if there are some inconsistencies there, you still got the themes right because you're understanding the message that Toby's giving you, and you're having a dialogue with that story. And you ended up being right because you're taking Deltarune on its own terms. Whereas I think if people were like, oh, well, obviously this character is going to go mad with power and become the Roaring Knight, and like Susie's going to kill everyone and she's going to like betray them, I think that's like, I think that's like a little intellectually dishonest with what Deltarune is as a story. Um, you know.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a lot of the themes I wanted to point out, and I just want to give it, like, I want to repeat myself that I want to give encouragement to the few people who make or at least enjoy those those past chapter takes. Like, keep going. Even it turns in something completely different. It's just like, it's your own thing. Um thing, and he'll and Toby will have his own thing
Yeah.
thing. It's just like, I think just encouraging that flow of creativity just just makes the world just better, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway,
Was there Go ahead.
were you gonna say something else?
No, I was going to ask if there was anything else you wanted to say.
Oh, you know what? I said the main bulk I wanted to say, and I think if I say much more, I'm gonna spoil too much. So
All
I
right.
think I'll leave it at that for now.
All right. Well, thank you very much. You have a great night.
Okay, you too.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna go back and read some super chats because I forgot to do that. In a manga, Link to the Past, Link was an apple tree farmer. Oh, that's kind of fun. I like that. All right. I think, you know what? It's after 1 for me. It's after midnight for a lot of you folks. So, hi, Milena. Sorry you're late, but we're gonna wrap stream up. Um, let's see. Who am I gonna drop you guys off with? Is there anybody streaming? Let me see here. I mean, Nate's going with the pet cam. So I guess we'll go there. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure you like the stream and make sure you're subscribed. Now, I am working on a video right now about Kingdom Hearts, which will be coming out next Friday, if all goes well. So look forward to that. I'll be streaming again on Thursday. It'll just probably be video games. Nothing too exciting, but I think I'm going to play So Glad You're Here. I think that's, if I recall, that's what it's called. And check out my social medias linked in the description. If you would like to support me on Patreon, you can find a link to my to it in the description down below. Thank you to my members: Harvey Hummus, Mohammed, Page, Shy, Boggle, Fiona, Zephyr, S. Astra, Easy Walker, Space Frog, Swampling, Vex, Billy, Garden, and a special thanks to my staff, Mothra, Squeakers, Boggle, and Sparrow. If you would be more comfortable leaving a one-time donation, you can also find a link to my Ko-Fi, and you can support me with an amount of your choosing, but you can, of course, support me for free by hitting that subscribe button, commenting, liking, and hitting the bell, all that fun stuff. Make it a great week, and I will see you guys all on Thursday. Bye-bye.